Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello one, hello all, and welcome back to the North American Challengers League Spring Split 2026 as we are in the midst of the regular season now, and we've got more games coming to start off a new week of NACL action. I, of course, will be your play-by-play for today, Leo Slayer Silverman, but for the second time ever, I am joined by the illustrious Beatdown Boulevard, my friend.
Wait,
awesome.
What's my name? You said your full name. You have to say mine.
I don't know your last name, but I also,
Oh, wait, you know my first name? Okay, respect. Yes. Oh, okay, good.
Yes,
That's
okay,
better than I thought. Oh, I accept.
Okay, all right. See, listen, we still got the synergy. It may have been a long time since the last time we put a cast together. The time of day may have been a lot different, but I'm excited to get back together with you, Fred, and check out some of the best that Tier 2 has to offer.
Yes, it's really nice to be able to just get back with you, Slayer. I can't say that last cast we did together was some of my best work because, again, time of day was pretty questionable. So I'm going to put a better showing today just for you, bro.
I appreciate it, my friend. Well, we may have, taken a look at some Tier 1 the last time we got to cast together, but it's important as well for our players here in the NACL to be tapped into, some of the historical context that Tier 1 League of Legends, I think they're ultimately striving to be a part of. Have to have that context be a part of. So we asked some interesting questions to make sure some of our best players here in the NACL had their knowledge down on the history of League of Legends esports.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ.
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks, or wait, no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really?
Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
Mako.
Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
It's always fun to play. No matter what level of esports fan you are for League of Legends, it's always fun to see even our Tier 2 players have a hard time recollecting Faker's teammates and how many world titles certain teammates won with Faker, with how many he's been able to wrap up. That was the story for me, just trying to Wolf, is it Bangy? Like, how many of these guys won a certain amount of titles? I get switched up. So do our players as well in the NACL.
It's fair. League has a really long history at this point, especially as far as esports go. So just the fact that, teams change so often, roster swaps happen, new players are coming in every year. I really can't blame people for having things mixed up like that. So, respect.
Respect indeed. Well, we heard from some of the players that we will be actually seeing in our matchup coming up, which is, of course, going to be Winthrop taking on Supernova here to kick off our day in the NACL. And we're going to jump right into getting some insight from the Winthrop coaching staff. So Beatdown and take it away as you've got yourself an interview with the Winthrop boys.
Thank you very much, Slayer. And just like that, I'm back here with the coach of Winthrop University, Tails, who lied to me earlier and said he wasn't going to be doing the interview. So what do you have to say for yourself, sir?
This one's on Tomo. He was scheduled for the interview, and I don't really know where he is right now. So I will be doing it for him. That's for sure.
All right, fair enough. Throw him under the bus. He's not going to defend himself. I hope he's okay, though. All jokes aside.
I think he's fine.
It's just gamer things. You know how it goes.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Well, thank you for taking the time again, as always, Tails. And, while we have you here, I just want to ask, kind of right off the bat, Winthrop seemed like you guys have been going through some struggles lately, and I think with that mid lane change with Zach, there's going to be that question from a lot of people like, oh, swap mid lane, now they're struggling, this guy's a fraud. But I just kind of want to give you the chance to kind of clear that air a little bit. Can you speak a little bit more on some of the troubles you guys have been facing these last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think of it as like anything in like super serious. I think it's just like growing pains where we're trying to figure each other out, locking in, going into the season. We're trying to figure out the meta, how we want to play, having things to work on, prioritizing certain goals, and just kind of like building over time. And we're trying to make sure we're improving at the right pace, and hopefully make playoffs and really show up by then. So I don't think it's anything concerning. So I wouldn't really call it struggle. It's just more like we're just going through the motion of getting better.
Just kind of a more of a bump in the road. Maybe, I guess it's an exaggeration to say it's a true struggle. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. I'm really curious if something like that is like shared amongst teammates. Is that a thing where like everyone's kind of on the same page? It's not a big deal. Is there kind of stress involved? Because it's fair that it's only been 2 weeks of some losses, but these seasons aren't particularly long.
Yeah, I mean, definitely like when we drop games, like it feels bad then, but we bounce back well, and we have a resilient group. We're serious, we're dedicated, we put in the effort. So generally we go into the next scrim or the next match after, and we're ready to go again. So I don't think it's not anything lingering or anything.
Sure. All right, great. I kind of want to ask you now about your opponents in Supernova. Is there can you just share like your opinion of them overall? Do you think they'll be a particularly difficult opponent? Will they be a cakewalk? Like, what are you feeling right now about today's match?
I think they got good players. They got a lot of experience. They got some players who played in NACL for a while, so I think they'll be a tough opponent, but nothing we can't handle. I think it'll be a good matchup.
Just business as usual, right?
Yeah.
All right, you love to see it. All right, thank you again for taking the time, Tails, especially again under such short notice. Be sure to berate Tomo very nicely, but before I let you go, you got any shout-outs, anything you want to say?
Yeah, shout out to all our fans, the Winthrop fans. Hopefully we come up with a W today, and keep on supporting us. We'll make you proud. Thank you.
There you go. Hashtag drops out, everyone. Thank you so much, Tails. Good luck in your match today. And let's bring back Slayer so we can talk a little bit about what was just discussed.
Hey, that's me.
I don't have to be the only caster. It's you. You're back. Welcome back. I missed you.
Good to see. I missed you too, Beat Down. No, yeah, it's cool to hear. I like the verbiage you use, like bump in the road is kind of where Winthrop are at. But you also made the good point, like, I really want to hone in on it for how important this series is. We don't have a ton of matches with, a top 6 playoff. So you really gotta, this is a match that Winthrop really need to make count if they're going to be able to, strive for things like playoffs come about a month down the road.
Yeah, I mean, given that this is the first split, and really the summer is where you fight for that spot in NACL, even making top 8, I think, is ideal for pretty much every team in the league. Of course, higher tier teams have those higher expectations, but as long as you're here in NACL, next split, you have that chance to make it into the LCS. You can fight for that opportunity. So I think that for Winthrop, it's just about holding on to top 8, top 6 if they can, which would be pretty. I think they'd be pretty happy about that one. But as long as they can make it through and get through some of these bumps, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, and talking about that top 6 or top 8 conversation for Winthrop, when we take a look at the standings here, it's definitely. There's definitely a bit of a drop-off, right? There's some layers coming across here into the standings.
Yeah.
So if Winthrop can pick up that second series win now, the way, Dorado and Apex have unfortunately been trending, staying in the NACL for that summer split with 2 series wins at this point in the year seems, we're getting close to being pretty comfortably locked into that very pivotal summer split like you've been talking about.
Yeah, and it will be very interesting. It's always fun to, as we approach the end of a split, just to get a better idea of like, all right, what's that magic number? What of wins? What's the cutoff? Where are the tiebreakers? We're still a few weeks away from that, but it will be very exciting to see how the standings continue to shape out.
Yeah, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun day to day because if you look at 5, 6, and 7 in those positions, all three of those teams we will be seeing play today. So we could get into looking at our schedule for today, the stream schedule, and nonetheless to see exactly what the whole day's matchups look like in total. You can see there, like I talked about, Supernova versus Winthrop, neck and neck on the standings, and then Citadel, who's currently a spot ahead of Winthrop right now, I believe, on tiebreakers, are taking on that Dorado team, still looking for a series win. So these are some really impactful matchups for the standings alone, Beatdown.
Yeah, there are. And when you look at teams like Supernova and Citadel in these situations, I mean, the standings aren't quite shaped out just yet, but these are two teams I'm kind of expecting to be in that playoff position and kind of stay in that top 6. So these matches end up being very defining, I think, for teams like that. When you look at especially a team like Dorado, who are on the lower end of things, kind of struggling right now, Winthrop with their bumps of the road as well. These are the matches that are really important, that you want to be winning, not only to lock in your playoff spot, but to, get the wins you expect from yourself so that you can kind of count on being able to fight for higher seeding as well.
Without a doubt, because as much as we talk about how integral it is to stay up in the NACL for that summer split, for these teams, the organization Supernova, Winthrop as a collegiate unit, Citadel, who is, the old misrunning matchup as a collegiate squad, technically on top of that, they're all striving to be top 6. They all are expecting their squads to make playoffs. So even more hype around these matchups. Of course, our focus matchup, our first one of the day is going to be Supernova versus Winthrop. And let's start breaking down these rosters beat down. Supernova on your screen now. Hoarder at the top side, Music in the jungle, Shochi at the mid lane position, Levitate and Zyko to round out that new look bottom lane. What's your take on this Supernova roster so far being down? Because I think this is the roster, might be the hardest question to ask, the hardest team to ask you that question of.
And I'm personally affronted because I really, just before going live, even said to you word for word, I don't know what I think about Supernova right now. So for you to ask me pointedly, that really hurts. But truth be told, yeah, you look at these individuals on paper, they've had some pretty great performances in this league, especially when you look at players like Shochi and Zyko, who have been on more than one occasion on the higher end of the standings, both in regular season and in playoffs. But overall, there's a lot of volatility here. Not a whole lot of gelling, and the hope is that with time, they're able to come together and kind of show us the sum of that potential we see in them. But for the moment, it's a little up and down right now. It's a little cagey.
Yeah,
I'm a little cagey. I have an opinion on them.
Okay, so I want to give you some extra pressure to maybe have the idea of the team come to your head, and hey, you got a pretty good answer. And the one thing that I think has been consistent with Supernova, to shout out Coach Bach, is he's really preached the vibe. So the vibes of Supernova seem to be pretty immaculate, at least going there. We'll see if they can use that to kind of turn into some wins. Let's talk about their opponents, though. The Golden Eagles on the other side with Winthrop, a team that we have a bit better of an idea how they're composed because of, two guys in particular in my mind, two staples of this roster for a very long time, that being Denethor and Mobility. These two have not only been great performers for Winthrop, both in the NACL and collegiately, but they have been standout performers in their role beat down for what feels like a couple of splits now.
Yeah, and I think it's funny you say that too, because with Winthrop overall, I knew what I thought of them until their last 2 matches, because this is a team where, for all their faults, especially when we talk about late game stages, the way they're able to be in those winning game states and sometimes kind of fumble at the end, their early mid-game was actually consistently very good. Yeah. And it was something that always impressed me, how consistent they were, even if they didn't always close out those matches. But now lately, there's been a bit of a bump in that road where it doesn't seem like maybe it isn't. I don't think it's just the integration of Zach. There are these meta changes. Tails even said it during that interview. It's why I asked, because I don't want to put anything on this new player. Teams, I think, are a little more complicated than that. But, it does breach some concerns because this is something they've been consistently good at for, I would say, years, Slayer. And the fact that this is now, at this moment, kind of not really coming together does make me worry about their chances to remain in the top 8.
Yeah, and especially leading on the collegiate thing once more here, Beatdown. This is for Winthrop their most important time of the year, arguably because of what they're trying to also get done in the CLOL championships as those start to ramp up. So to put together more clean games and see an identity shift like we're seeing in NACL, there's a lot of volatility here as well for Winthrop. But part of the fact that we've seen some changes with Winthrop has been some of their new additions. We talked about Zach in the mid lane, but Kim Down is in at support, and Supernova also have a new support on their side, and we really want to spotlight these two supports because Beatdown, we feel like Kim Down and Zyko have had some pretty big impact for these squads to start out the year so far.
Yeah, and I think the reason I wanted to talk about these two is I find this matchup interesting, just that both these players joined the NACL actually at the same time, 2023. Zyko, of course, qualifying with Maryville University when they first joined the league, and Kim Down, of course, joining Team Liquid Challengers at the time, back when Spawn was still coaching that team. So I think both of these players in their first split, first year, left some things to be desired, but as time went on, they both grew and improved so much to the point where, in Zyko's case, won a couple splits, and in Kim Down's case, was able to go with TL to some of their higher placements in the NACL. So it is interesting, especially with the return of Kim Down, to see these two players face off now in 2026 on different teams, wearing different colors, and just to see, how they match up against each other after all this time.
Beatdown, when I was a student in college, obviously, maybe a bit obvious here with what I'm doing now. My major, of course, was broadcast and digital journalism. Shocker on that one. Cool. But I did minor in U.S. history because I am such a history buff. So I love that you talked about the historical context of these two players and how correlated they are. I mean, you said the NACL part. You also think about, again, because we have a collegiate team in this matchup. It's a pretty big collegiate day, I would argue, for NACL as well. These two guys also, they didn't really run into each other as much collegiately, but they were also battling in that space as well. Kim Down, a very long-time UCI player, and of course, we know with Zyko, like you mentioned, with Maryville. So I'm very fond of this matchup and glad we picked this one because of just how correlated these two's historical track through Tier 2 and collegiate has been over, what's now approaching what? We're not too far away from half a decade worth of these two guys playing around this space.
Definitely not. Yeah, a lot of experience there just in that bottom lane in the support pool as well. I didn't know, actually, your major or your minor, Slayer, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, there you go. Little backstory.
History wouldn't be my pick, but I like that you enjoyed it. That's what matters to me.
Yeah, it's like, you get to that point, I feel like, in high school or middle school where it's like, do you really like math equations? Do you really like looking under a microscope? Or do you like writing a lot of words? And for me, it was writing a lot of words, and it was always pointed at history. So that's how that track. I'll never forget. I think I realized I really liked history in particular when it was an extra credit opportunity in one of my history classes to name every president in order and their term length, and you could pick one test to get an A on. I went 100 for 100. Well, I guess not 100 for 100. I nailed it.
How many? Yeah. How many were at the time?
At the time, I believe we were at 44 presidents, about to be on to 45. Aren't we at 45? See, now I'm getting exposed. My focus has shifted a lot more into league than my U.S. history by this point, Beatdown. So I'm exposing myself a little bit.
That's okay. That's okay. I will say I think there are more options than equations, biology, and writing things down. But the point is, the point still stands, and it makes sense. And we're focusing on League of Legends as we look at our second face-to-face, Denethor and Hoarder. And Hoarder, again, jumping into the league with an enormous splash last year, looking really great. Just beginning to end, big fan. And of course, Denethor, I think, has really grown over these last couple of years into that NACL caliber player that we, for a long time believed that he could be. And I think we're finally starting to see that come through. Although, of course, Denethor stats may not be looking as good given some of the, bumps that Winthrop University are facing. Still makes this matchup exciting for me because I think both are partial to not only just playing these sort of lane dominant styles, but are also willing to play more tank-oriented picks, absorb pressure, and just, frontline for their teams. So really interested to see how they'll play into each other.
Yeah, it's super intriguing, right? Because we are in the NACL at such a fun spot, especially I'm glad you mentioned meta-wise with top laners, because I feel like we cover a lot of different styles, right? Especially we talked a ton this year with how CCG have started with Fiji as kind of the full passive side, I guess you'll say, of like the weak side. Tank top still can work here. We can get the Scion, the Ornn, stuff like that. But then, of course, we have Sniper on the other end that is like kind of just this full carry top laner running over opponents in lane to try and make that a big of enough lead to win them games. So it's cool to see, like you mentioned, where Denethor and Hoarder try and slot in. And I've always talked about Denethor as a player where if you're in the NACL, if you're kind of fresher to this level, how you compete against Denethor as a top laner tells me a lot about how your trajectory as well. So to see Hoarder, who is still, you know, not super duper fresh into his NACL tenure, but definitely not as seasoned as a guy like Denethor, this matchup is always a fun one for me to watch to see how they'll duke it out. And like you mentioned, what sort of application champion pool wise will they bring to their teams as a whole? Are we going to see them both slug it out with some bruisers? Is somebody going to try and go towards that Scion angle? We'll have to see once these two face off and we get into that game 1 draft.
Yes, it will be very exciting. Patch hasn't changed yet. We're still on 26-7. So nothing is going to be too shocking for us at the moment. Unless they want to play something like absolutely insane. And oh my god, guys, we got the player cams.
Hey, there we go. There's that face-off we're talking about here between Hoarder and Denethor.
Yeah, they're not quite looking at each other, but it's still a face-off, guys. Don't think about it too much.
It's a face-off in our terms here right now. I'm sure. Now I'm curious what Denethor's got pulled up on his monitor that's got mobility so interested that he's got to stand up, walk over, and check this out. Now we can play the fun investigation game of what sort of memes is Denethor laying down for his AD carry. You got to make sure your AD carry's vibes are good. Watching. You know,
it's not just the AD carry, bro. They're all looking. I think that's Tails in the background as well, who we were just talking to. Denethor's got something real intriguing there. You say investigation. I don't know how much else we can really look at. There's no mirrors, except maybe that monitor. That mobility is near, but it's way too far away to hope to see a reflection. I can't read lips very well. I think we'll just never know.
We will never know. Maybe mobility's just being that vibes guy, checking on everyone's setup to make sure they're all locked in. We talk about it endlessly, right? The buff of getting to play all in person together. And, you know, talking with mobility, not last week, a couple weeks removed, he really harked on the fact that being together can help them get through what he felt like was a rough patch for Winthrop. So it's always good to see them keeping the vibes high ahead of this matchup, as we should have draft coming sooner rather than later. And I kind of want to start talking a bit about Beatdown, what we want to see, or more so what you want to see from these draft approaches, because what do we mark out for these two teams?
What you want matters too, Slayer. Don't sell yourself short like that.
No. I want to bounce off your ideas with my own here. I've got my own stuff prepped, but I got to see.
Translation, you have no ideas, and you're trying to steal mine. I'm on to you,
I'm trying to build on them. You know, it's a collaborative effort.
Tricks. You think this is my first time around?
That's true. I shouldn't try such a rookie remover, but
an underhanded tactic. Shake my head. Guy's an NACL, one split, and his ego's through the roof. Thinks he can play with me like this. Obviously, I'm messing with you.
Of course.
Things I'm expecting. I can't imagine we're gonna see much of. I don't think we're gonna see much different than before. You know, a lot of prio on Ashe Seraphine, Orky Nami, things like that. I know, you know, maybe now that we have a little more time on this patch before we switch it up, we could see teams bring out something a little more interesting. I've heard rumblings of other champions in the bot lane that could make it out to game, like Senna, some people are talking about, which would be very interesting.
Prediction time,
so, you know,
too.
It'll be fun. Really going to be on the players to show it to us, and they're going to show us.
We're at war here, Beatdown.
Did I predict Winthrop?
Okay, maybe we're not at war. I was about to say, put your dukes up. We're slugging over this first matchup, but maybe I guess maybe you're on the fence.
Hold on, I'm scrolling. Okay.
Did you?
I'm fact checking myself.
Yep.
I did press Winthrop. Well, I'm committed, guys. I'm not like Raz the Waffler. So Winthrop. I believe in Winthrop. There it is.
Stamp
I decided.
There you go. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
So we are at odds now because you got to stick to your guns there with Winthrop. So we're into this game 1 draft. You talked about bottom lane pairings. I heard Senna keep that in the back of my mind as an idea to steal off you, like we talked about earlier, and
that's
make it my own point. But we do see Varus band coming out from the Golden Eagles and a Seraphine band. So we're already starting to chop down on which of these premier 2v2 duos can we get if we are Supernova, because they will be on the the swing pick, right? Traditional blue versus red side draft, they'll get R1, R2. And with a Bard bed coming down, stuff like Corki Nami is still out there and floating Yunara Lulu if they want to try and get a turn here. But the question becomes, what do you think Winthrop really want to prioritize B1 knowing their sort of style?
It might just be because Seraphine's out of the way and Karma also gets banned. Really, the only pairing that we've seen so often is the Corki Nami. So it could be an angle here where you grab Corki, but I don't know if the Nami gets taken away, that just feels super bad. It might just be a jungle focus here. Pick something for Wilson. No junglers have been taken away. You have your pick of the litter. Pantheon, of course, has been super popular. Could see Wilson going that route. Jarvan, Xin, just kind of has his pick of the litter.
Anything he wants. The world is his oyster. He's definitely taking his time there, Wilson. I would be shocked if it was a jungle pick. And you nailed it, beat down. We've got the Pantheon locked in here. What's interesting about the end of this ban phase, though, is Bard and Karma were the last 2 bans. So Ezreal is still, I think, worked with a lot of different supports and allows a lot of roaming supports. But his 2 most common pairings on the patch are off the board. So do Supernova just want to invest in Yunara Lulu for their bottom lane, or seems like they're trying to match some global map threat and mid-game power with music locking in the Nocturne here?
You could just easily go Nocturne Nico as well. It's a really strong combination, very hard to deal with. And yeah, like you said, match that global pressure a little bit there with that Paranoia as well. I'm curious too if they're leaning towards a Rumble or something like that, because I don't think we often see that first rotation Aurora ban. So maybe it's something that they want to pick early on, or maybe it is just to protect something like the Rise that we're seeing hovered, and there you go.
We just took out our big 3 of map pressure champions in the first draft just like that.
That's true.
Pantheon,
there's Galio still.
Rise. I guess
there's
there
still
is Galio.
If Zach wants to play that one. It could be really funny just to see 4 like global / semi-global ultimates right off the bat.
Keep it rolling, right? Maybe they don't want to play the Rumble, and Rumble's still up, so they're like, all right, that means 2 solo AP lanes. We want to be able to cover either one of them to send this Galio top or mid.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm cooking a little too much in the kitchen there, as we do get the Anivi to come across for Zach. So what does that leave here for the rest of the Winthrop draft? Wouldn't be surprised if they try and just shore up their top side here. They want to get maybe Denethor on a better angle, or do they just take, like we mentioned, the safest AD carry in the game that you can mold a lot of comps around, and also a mobility staple? They'll lock in the Ezreal here as a plug-and-play kind of guy for their superstar AD carry.
Yeah, really liking the Ezreal just because the safety is so important here. It's like 100% getting banned if you don't pick it right away. And even if they ban Gnar, I just think you would much rather have the Ezreal here. Denethor could just easily play something else. So good call, Winthrop. Now it's either match AD for Levitate, though he has many options considering things he's played in the past, but he might also just lock in the Sivir. Worth noting, Sivir, very low win rate champion, though she is very good at the moment, but one of the 2 wins she has at the moment was from Levitate. Another one, of course, was Scary Jerry. So, in Levitate's hands, feeling pretty good about that one.
And guys at home, just remember, that is not just a beatdown stat. I am conjoined. That was part of my idea as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yep. I definitely researched those numbers. It definitely wasn't beat down. I just find it hilarious. We were talking about Sivir, and of course, first game. We hit the Sivir coming through to see if we can bolster up that win rate.
Right?
I do find it intriguing with these 280 carry picks because I feel like both of them can work with a lot of different supports. So I'm curious to see how flexible Kim Down and Zyko want to get in the second phase. We do see the Nico ban come across here for the Golden Eagles, so that'll take away one of them. And Supernova, as you pointed out, will get rid of the Gnar. And I wouldn't be shocked if they just throw double bans over to Denethor and try to make sure that they don't have to deal with any matchups that Hoarder wouldn't like to play against, as I do suspect that Hoarder might be the one that ends up holding that R5 counter once we get into the second phase.
Probably. Actually, I really like the Alistar look, even though we're seeing a lot of the double range bot lanes, simply because I'm pretty sure Kim Down has played it, and of course, there's going to be a lot of late game damage Supernova are working with the Sivir Rise, so something to absorb all that damage is not something SN want to let through. This last ban could just be another one Zyko's way. I think there are just too many. There's so many mids, or not mids. Sorry, there's so many tops that Hoarder could be going for. Yeah, okay, so they're setting up a tank. So they're just gonna go for the Gwen Deny. Maybe it's just gonna be a Scion pick for Denethor this game.
Well, that would deflate a bit of our head lane and matchup here between Hoarder and Denethor, but it's what we talked about, right? How big of a range top laners can really play in the current meta with how much power this lane brings into the game nonetheless. So we'll have to see if that sound comes across. Let's see what Supernova want to do and who they want to leave that counter pick up to, because there's so many options for Zyko, we feel like. And he will likely just put the Lulu in the bag. It may not be Yunara, but Lulu next to Sivir serves a very similar purpose, especially in this game with the Pantheon likely landing on your AD carry's head.
Yeah. At this point, Kim Down could just go for a ranged option, or he could pick something really funny that goes in. I think Nautilus wouldn't be good. I'm trying to think of like an...
He kind of lost all of his ranged options, I feel like, in this game.
I honestly think that Winthrop need another engage option. And okay, so it is going to end up being the Rakan.
All right.
Kim Down played wonderfully during his Team Liquid days. So really nice to see him bring that one back here. Again, in this meta where it's a lot of range support. It's going to suck in lane, though.
It will have a... I do appreciate the flexibility that Rakan can bring, you know, with getting... If you get the Q off, you can get some decent healing. Obviously, can double jump while using mobility, you know, with the grand entrance, but then can jump back to mobility. So we'll be a bit more flexible like you talked about. And Beatdown, you're just not a heater, man. Start out this first draft.
I mean, Scion is just the water is wet pick here, bro. There's nothing to be impressed with.
You know, you hit the target nonetheless. You talked about Narban, Scion, Sivir coming through. You're nailing all of it. So Denethor does lock into Scion, and Hoarder now has that counter pick flexibility. Knowing Hoarder want to see him just take it to Denethor, and he's going to go with the Aatrox here to try and be a huge team fight winner, and has himself a winning lane state as well to try and put him in the right position for that.
Yeah, I like Aatrox for two reasons. One, if I look at it's good in this matchup, but also if I look at Winthrop's comp, I think something they have that's quite good, even though I think they get outscaled by SN. Something they have going for them is they have a lot of very easy to execute engage. Like especially when I'm looking at Pantheon and I'm looking at Rakan, you look at champions like Sivir, Lulu, Rise, very low mobility. So if Winthrop get the drop on them, it actually is pretty easy to force flashes or just take these champions out of the fight if they aren't careful or are flashless. So I think Aatrox is pretty good because in those like really, when your opponents are jumping into you, it's honestly not such a bad thing as long as it's a 5v5 and not all 5 on top of you. So I think Hoarder has a chance to really some of these very aggressive plays Winthrop are going to be looking to make, or at least allow Supernova to kind of turn them in their favor a little bit. And plus, if Zach walls him off or walls off his team, he can join or run away as he pleases with the dash.
I just find these drafts like correlation so fun because I think both of these teams, Beatdown, are trying to accomplish like the bridge strategy of a draft where like there's both comps have their mid-game power spiking components. For Winthrop, it's like you talk about the Pantheon's global map pressure with the Grand Starfall. I still think Ezreal as a champion, especially against Sivir, is going to spike a lot harder on 2 items compared to the Sivir that needs more time. But then for Supernova, we have the map threat of a Rise and a Nocturne, and everyone has scaling threats to lean on as well. So it's really going to come down to execution as we hit the rift for our first game of Week 4, our first game. Supernova taking on Winthrop. Both of our squads trying to climb up those standings and make their top 6 dreams a reality.
And I'm glad you brought up that point as well, Slayer, just because the other interesting thing about, these comps and especially Supernova's comp, when you talk about bridging, I actually don't think there is, a whole lot of early game power here. I mean, double range bot, you're going to get pushed there, but this matchup in mid is not so good for Rise. And you're playing Nocturne for music here, so there isn't a whole lot that Supernova are going to be doing in terms of plays early on. Like, you want to get to 6 as fast as possible as music. You don't want to do anything too aggressive. You just want to farm. But Wilson, he's on the Pantheon. He has Kim down, who can sync up with him in this early game on the Rakan. They can actually get a pretty noticeable lead if they play their cards right. And historically, even if not lately, that's something Winthrop has been really good with. So that's what I want to see them do in this early game.
And something you want to see them get more succinct back to in this season as well. So we'll play around those level 6 timers. Thank you. Because definitely we're not going to get any action from the mid lane either. Anivia Rise is a bit of a snoozer. Both these are going to look to scale up with their classic scaling items. I think one of the biggest biggest beneficiaries of our slow early game might be Hoarder here into this Scion matchup. We'll see how much of a creep score lead that he can get himself into the Scion. But he does have Wilson, who you mentioned might be prone to a pre-6 gank on this Pantheon more than a Nocturne, is pathing up towards this side of the map, so that's something to keep an eye on as Hoarder is putting the pressure on Denethor.
Yeah, there definitely is an angle there for Wilson. I'm sure Hoarder will know and respect that he needs to drop a ward or back off pretty soon. The wave's already bouncing back too, I think, unless he's been hitting it while we're off screen. So we'll see. Wilson wants to go for that if he disrespects, and you can just see Music again. This is what we expect, farming away. Just grinding it out in the level 6 as quickly as possible. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the instant recall here. Or if he wants to go fight for this top crab, he could. We even see Zyko already roaming.
Yep, he is faster on his clear. So Music will make his way towards that crab spawn, but maybe he tries to get tricky. Oh, I thought he was looking for it with the blue buff angle. Wilson is going to use his smite on the blue buff, though, so as this ward spots it, Music, with his smite still up, secures the first crab. And oh my god, when did Zach get this low? He is one measly Q away from popping that valuable egg. He won't be challenged for it,
minions might.
Oh my god, no! Oh, Zach! Oh, that's actually so bad. Oh, so much of the early game safety of Anivia is that passive. Oh my god, beatdown. And his jungler gets double crabbed. I mean, this is just a catastrophe of events.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's playable. I mean, yeah, his jungler just got double crabbed. He lost his egg passive to minions. It's fine. It's cool. It's not fine. I can't cope any longer. This is a very horrific chain of events in this early game. I can't lie to you. And you know what? Here, let's be positive. Denethor is kind of getting Hoarder back in this matchup. Isn't that great, guys? Woo, go Winthrop!
Did you guys tell the beatdown voted for Winthrop yet, or do we have to pull those?
Oh, I actually forgot about that. That's not even. I'm just kidding. This is just.
I thought that was the cope. I thought
no, bro. The cope is that I'm trying not to say go next. That's the cope.
All right. Well, how about let's give the Pantheon time to at least get his level 6 and see if Wilson can make up for it by that point. Speaking of that, though, he will be behind XP-wise, trying to get towards that Grand Starfall thanks to the double crab. And now, like we talked about, Shochi may be looking for a bit more aggressive trades, knowing that Zach does not have that passive on Anivia to lean on to if things get pretty dicey. On to the Raptor camp, though. Wilson's looking to try and steal something away.
He got it.
He smites it away, but he does get the fear landed, throws up the Unbreakable. But Music wants this fight. He's going to flash after and just cut down Wilson for size. And now Zach, even having to expend the flash over the wall, was one extra Q away from dropping himself. And the mid-jungle duo for Supernova really getting a lead early.
Yeah, Music's also going to take the Gromp. So that Raptors camp taken is basically meaningless. Plus, I look at Shochi on the map, of course, recognizing that, look, man, like, I can mess with this guy as much as I want to, force him to lose that entire cannon wave. Zach, he just TP'd before that play happened, and already being forced to back, mid lane is over. Your only saving grace is that Wilson is still going to have impact at level 6 and might be able to play through other lanes, but I mean, Anivia, you're building items like Roa, like Seraphs.
Denethor.
There's no chance.
Unstoppable Onslaught does get Hoarder to flash out. But Hoarder does hold on to his ultimate here. Now he's going to pop the ult and try and throw down with Denethor. But the turret is there for cover. Wilson trying to arrive to the play. He's level 5. Music is level 6 here. The Paranoia is available. He's going to use it to cut down the vision for Wilson so he can't hop on Hoarder. Gets the fear to land through. Unbreakable comes down. Stun going to layer, though, from Wilson. Look for a turn. Winthrop hoping maybe the turret aggro would pick up. But instead, they'll be able to get each other out to safety as long as Wilson
Kim down
Think surrenders the crab, but he does have Kim down to cover. Wilson gonna re-engage. Here comes the realm warp through a good spell shield. Make sure Music doesn't get knocked up. Shochi gonna flash after Wilson. The root's only gonna land on a Kim down, but the chains are starting to stack. Kim down having to flash. Zach arrived to the party as Shochi finds himself on the wrong side of the block and will get blown up for flashing too far forward. Winthrop take time, play towards their numbers advantage, and even up the kill score.
Holy, this early game, not as boring as we expected. But overall, even though the kills are one apiece, I still think Supernova are still overall in such a good position here. Yeah, the kill on Pantheon is nice, but Music is up so much in farm. It doesn't look like a lot now, but Music has a lot of camps up and that are about to come up. So he's going to just continue to get ahead. Mid lane, again, just basically over here unless Zach is able to pick up a big shutdown, some kills or something like that. And you still have Sivir Rise, who are going to scale so nicely too. So Winthrop, they need so much more before we can actually start saying they can turn this into a win here.
We still are yet to have Wilson even tick over to level 6, right? So that is step number 1 to get Winthrop a bit more on track. Should be able to do that so on his bot side camps here. But by the time he gets access to the Grand Starfall, the Paranoia is less than half a minute away from coming back up here with Music also on the bot side. You have that Ocean Drake that's been up and chilling for a bit here. The Grubs are going to hit the Rift within about 15 seconds. So this is going to be a pretty big, important part of that early to mid game, right? To see how these junglers beat down, prioritize these 2 early neutral objectives.
If by junglers you mean Music, because I think Nocturne takes it pretty quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be able to easily grab that one. Wilson, no flash.
So walk it out.
Yeah. Music has ult. Are we going to do something fun? No? Okay.
He's looking bot lane. I mean, he was on a ward. There's a lot of vision to spot Music wherever he decides to go here, and you can see that mobility, especially with barrier flash, and like we talked about the Ezreal safety, it's a little bit harder to argue for Nocturne and just click onto the AD carry's head thanks to that draft call from Winthrop. But as you pointed out, Beatdown, Music does Dragon fast, and he does it a lot faster when his bottom lane is proud to swing on over. So Music will pick up that first Dragon of the game, even if it is a bit behind the 8-ball when it comes to early Drake stacking. Now he spots a very monolith Anivia. The egg passive is up, but Shochi got a decent chunk in. Still, Music will not commit. He's trying to work his way up towards his top side, where Wilson is spotted trying to do those grubs.
That's actually kind of sad. I think Wilson should have just stayed, because now he's basically contesting with Music, who I don't think he wants to be fighting right now, so it's not going to be a great opportunity for him. I guess the Shochi's backing, so he will be able to get it. It works out in the end. I want to go back to what you were saying earlier, Slayer. Mobility actually does have quite an advantage this game. I'm glad you pointed out, because there isn't like actually a whole lot of CC that Supernova are working with. So as long as he plays his spells well and plays at his maximum range, combine that with the fact that Supernova don't have any actual tanks, mobility could actually go huge this game.
Yeah, I like to see him also. It's become a lot more common with rune choices here for Ezreal. Hold on, Music getting walled off.
Fine. It's
okay,
fine.
Yeah. He takes a decent chunk. We talked about PTA was a long-standing item for. Oh, maybe we're not fine. Music is going right after Wilson. Has the prio of Hoarder, who does lay in the chains to try and get some CC through. Aegis Assault up. Wilson's trying to buy some time, but Shochi is on the other side of that big Brawn shield and will cut him down. So Wilson dies as we're just fighting around the Winthrop blue buff perma this game as we continue to trade blows. Zach trying to throw down the stun here as the great entrance knockup will get Kim down to allow Zach's safety back out. Blue buff will finally be picked up as the main brawl arena of this game has been towards the top side, but this time Supernova come out on top.
Yeah, it's brutal. Supernova still feeling really good about this one, and Music especially, as his farm lead just continues to grow. The Shochi doesn't even have his first item yet, and he's pumping some pretty respectable damage as Rise this game. Makes sense. Player we have always been very excited about in this league. Someone who's always done really well with resources, and even though he's still working on those resources in this early game, he is having impact.
And that's what we want to see, right, when we talk about Rise, because he's known as such like the level 16 Brood can scale up and be such a threat in the late game, but you need to use that ultimate early to affect the map in competitive play especially. So Shochi will have access to that Realm Warp. Paranoia will come back up soon. But back to talking about why this game could potentially be so much slower. You mentioned how mobility feels like he's a decently safe AD carry in this game, despite there being a Nocturne and a Rise. It's also hard to, you know, argue to gank this Sivir. You have a Spell Shield, you have a Lulu with Flash Up. It kind of makes bottom lane hard to even gank for either side in general.
Yeah, Levitate Zyko playing pretty safely as well, so Wilson would have to do a lot and commit quite a lot to be able to even attempt to play. It doesn't really go for it, more of a focus on this mid and top side. To no avail thus far. Still an angle that they could continue to play for in these coming minutes. We do have Grubs, so if they could get a play to go well, that could be a number of turret plates and a way for Winthrop to close this 2k gold lead that Supernova found themselves in.
Very worrying gold lead when you think about where it's exactly situated. Shochi being ahead like you talked about allows him to just get scaling earlier. You can see in his inventory, he already has a Roa stack done where Zach hasn't even completed any of those items. And Hoarder holding that 600 gold lead to scale to be that big team fight threat. Here comes the Unstoppable Onslaught trying to go after Hoarder. Wilson used the Grand Starfall, but it was a bit short. He has to flash after Hoarder. Does match flashes, but the stun lands first, and Wilson picks off Hoarder. Now the Realm Warp to try and break the fight. Supernova coming back towards the top side with 3 strong. Flash forward of Zyko gets slowed to Denethor. He has to flash as well. Wilson will get Polymorph, but the Aegis Assault comes across first. Shochi can't push the damage through. Kim Down trying to body block. They can't convert to any of these kills. Finally, Shochi will find one as he remains untouched across his entire fight as the Rise gonna shut down Zach, send him back towards the egg form, but he is getting scrambled like an omelet thanks to Shochi. One more auto will do it, and it's even more gold towards the mid laner of Supernova looking to take over.
I was going to say, that was a nice turnaround from Winthrop University, but again, just played so nicely by Shochi and Music to teleport behind them and take this early advantage 2v2 and get so much damage down that when the numbers joined from Winthrop, it didn't matter anymore. They're able to overcome them in the end. You combine that with the fact that Sivir's alone in that bottom lane. Levitate just picked up a number of turret plates. He's comfortably scaling up and is only going to get more dangerous too. Supernova, yeah, lack of real engage to lock down champions like Ezreal aside, still in a wonderful position this game.
And no matter how strong this Ezreal does get for mobility, at a certain point, item for item, pound for pound, per se beatdown, Levitate is just going to blow through Mobility's DPM. So very worrying part of the game for Winthrop. 3,000 gold is also a problem. This mid game really needs to be big for Winthrop to try and find a way to slow down Supernova. But every one of these plays seems to get matched across the map. Music and Wilson seem to be both moving at the same sort of style. And with where Supernova is at, they have a lot more control across the map. But Kim Down is able to fight for some vision back. Here's the Dragon aggro, will get dropped, but here's the paranoia. Once again, it's Music jumping on top of Wilson. Aegis Soul will block initial damage. Good True Shot Barrage. Mobility tries to chunk the damage back out. They do get the shutdown. Wilson's still standing, but Mobility is without his support and his jungler because Levitate just ripped them to shreds. Double kill back to Supernova. Once again, coming out ahead in the fight.
Yeah, and these fights have been really just decided by these mid laners before they even began. Every single skirmish we see, Shochi is the first to move. He gets the push. He uses his advantage, and he knows exactly when to show up. We wanted Supernova to show us that they could use their individual skill, but synced up. And so far, this game, it has just been perfectly in step with everything they've been doing so far.
Talked about a bit before we got an air beat down that we feel like Supernova's ceiling can be really high if they can start to gel a bit better outside of lanes like you were talking about. Very positive sign so far through this game one. 4,000 gold lead at 50 minutes is a massive gold lead that Shochi is looking to try and even further push, but he has bait himself into the Grand Starfall from Wilson. Wasn't right on top of Shochi, so he's able to buy some time. Zyko's trying to get over here. Does Shochi get bursted away first? Aegis Assault, not enough damage. There's the Wild Growth. Shochi now trying to kite back. Will get himself out. It's again Wilson not finding enough value with this Grand Starfall to slow down the Supernova lead.
And it's props to Zyko for showing up on time. And it's tough. Use the Grand Starfall to no avail and gives us good opportunity to go for this Herald, but they're actually going to call it off instead.
Oh my god, it's the revenge of Shochi's Realm Whipper right on top of him.
Whoa.
Burst damage from Wilson, not gonna be enough. Shochi gets out of dodge, and now Levitate can get the killing spree locked in. Mobility coming over to try and cut off the escape. Maybe Levitate does have to quit the flash, but now the lights go out. Winthrop don't know where any members of Supernova are until Music jumps onto Zach. Turn their attention to Kim Down, who barely escapes with his life. Mobility trying to push some damage back out here, but these Mystic shots aren't hurting enough. He'll at least push Supernova away from this second Drake that is still yet to be taken.
Yeah, no one's going to go for it, but already we're seeing these little hints, these little whispers of what Mobility is going to be able to do in this game here. So again, all eyes on him, especially with that Muramana is completed here. He is very quickly and rapidly becoming the one hope for Supernova this game, alongside Denethor, who's going to get very tanky, even despite his CS deficit. He's going to be a big boy.
You're suggesting that Denethor and Mobility are going to be the key players for a Winthrop mid to late game?
This is going to be so crazy, you're not going to believe this, but yeah.
I've never
seen that for the first time ever, yes.
For the first time ever, indeed. Just for the second time ever in this game, by the way. It's 17 minutes and the second Dragon's going down. Want to point that out. We are very slow to usual Dragon stacking we see here. So 17 minutes, we're just now getting onto the Cloud Soul. But with both Dragons in Supernova's favor, it's another win con for them to look towards as their gold lead has only continued to grow. And they're looking to threaten Wilson, who's trying to trade another neutral. He's onto this Rift Herald. They'll ward it out. It's already below about 3K, so Music, without Paranoia, can't really afford to walk into this pit. And without that key ultimate, they will end up trading the Herald. So there's something for Winthrop to hang their hat on.
Yeah, and it could set them up for that next Dragon as well, because they really need to start, if not stacking, denying at least some of these Drakes from Supernova. They're about to get their soul point in 4 minutes if they're able to secure that Cloud Dragon. And, you know, when we look at comps who are scaling, we're not really expecting them to be the ones who are able to secure Dragons consistently early on. But Supernova, they've been able to do it. They're going to have something to show for it in a few minutes' time if Winthrop don't make good use of that Rift Herald.
So in that time, around before those neutrals come up, are we really just looking beat down to see how the global pressure game goes? Like, are we really starting to focus on these side lane matchups to see where Wilson, where Music can try and pop up to overload, make it a 2v1 out of nowhere?
I honestly think we're already kind of at the point where it's going to be just that 5v5 discussion. We've been skirmishing as groups for so long. Oh, speaking of skirmish.
Oh my god, I mean, there's a great... I don't even know if that was a skirmish. That seemed like a one-sided bloodthirsty kill from Music. Charm from Kim down, thanks to the quickness, we'll make sure Levitate can't find his bottom lane duo. But right when we were kind of talking about it, again, it's Music that has just been much more effective with his global threat ultimate. And he's looking to try and push the tempo even further here to get the red buff away from Wilson. Doesn't find that mark, but he's allowing for a teleport right in the enemy jungle. Music's taking a lot of damage, though. Zyko first used the Wild Growth, but here comes Hoarder with that big 30% shield. Hasn't popped the ultimate just yet to transcend this Aatrox. Denethor using the unstoppable onslaught to ult down to try and make this a 4v5 for Winthrop. But they don't have any key engage tools. Wilson not willing to commit that Grand Starfall just yet. And we get into a classic NA ram, but it looks like Zach takes a bit too much damage, goes into the egg form, and he gets Kim down killed as well. Wilson comes into the background, but he's already lost his mid lane support. Jumps on top of Shochi, who doesn't get bursted down just enough. Mobility needs space to try and kite out this fight, but he can't get past Hoarder's damage. His health bar's too high, and Supernova will burn down the rest of his squad behind him. Hoarder throwing up the thumbs up as Winthrop get rolled in yet another fight.
Yeah, only sad thing for Supernova is the Baron isn't quite up yet. Otherwise, I think they would just sprint right towards this and make this enormous gold lead even bigger. I honestly really want to see a replay of how Mobility got caught, because I'm really curious if he was overextended or whatever it was, because even without Flash, if you're near your turret, you're playing Ezreal, he wasn't there is my point. But either way, that play was very costly for Winthrop University. And again, just another nice angle here for Supernova. They have gotten this gold lead up to 8,000. Everyone, once they spend this gold, are going to be so difficult to be dealing with that even if that play didn't earn them the Baron immediately, they're pretty much at a point here with Levitate at almost 3 items that they could just do the Baron whenever they want. Oh my god. 2 autos, everybody. 2 autos.
Get ready for those bouncing boomerangs to very much so hurt every time forward here for Levitate. Like you mentioned, 3 items coming, but Kim Down's looking to get Zyko, gets the quickness charm into the Grand Entrance knockup, and there is a big lifeline. cut down to size by Winthrop.
Baron.
Psycho gonna go down. They're gonna drop the Herald mid at the very least. Are they feeling
I think
this
you gotta
much
do
pressure?
Baron.
All right, that's the call. Beat down. Let's see if they make the move. Looks like Wilson's just gonna settle for gold.
It just seems crazy because like they don't do a lot of damage, but I don't know, man. You're down so much gold. And you killed their support. Paranoia's down. If not now, then I don't really know. I don't really know when they'll ever get another opportunity like this. Plays like that are only going to work so often. But instead, they're just going to take some camps. They're going to knock down that tier 1 gold. It was a nice chunk of change, but it doesn't really change the situation that they find themselves in.
No, and now Zyko's back to join with the squad, so we're back to a 5v5 setting. You can see Winthrop, maybe instead of going for the Baron, they were trying to see, oh, can we maybe dive Shoji, really trying to lean into their man advantage, but they do get a nice chunk of change back, but as you talked about, Beatdown, it's still nearly 7,000 gold to Supernova's side at 22 minutes, and well, with the minion wave stacked up, Levitate will continue to accentuate that gold lead and push it back over 7,000 with a mid-tier 1.
Look at Mobility's items, look at Levitate's items. I'm sure Mobility's about to buy his amount of Mune, probably with the recall, but still, a whole item up is pretty crazy, and this is Sivir. So Sivir is here to play. We're at 3 items, and those auto attacks do a ridiculous amount of damage. And again, I really think Winthrop should have tried for that Baron when they picked off Zyko a few minutes ago, and it's tough now because you're going to get so few chances to go for Baron because you take it so slowly. And the opposite is true for Supernova. Not only are they enormously ahead, they have Ryze Sivir, who are both just monstrously fed. They're going to take the Baron instantly almost. So that margin of error is so much more difficult.
Oh, or they'll just go after Zach, who's routinely been the target. You were talking about Shoji damage. What a display you just showed there. Both those scaling items fully completed. And they cut down Zach once again here. The Baron is up if they want to go for it. Supernova seem a bit sheepish, and maybe it's because Levitate does get chunked down by about half HP for mobility. Realm Warp in from Chochi, though. Him and Music doing up once more. Him down, staying slippery as ever on the Rakan, will get himself back out.
And they need to go do the Baron. Come on. It's just so easy.
Oh, Psycho on a ward. Oh, what a great wild growth. He hits Wilson off of him, and they send Kim down towards his death here. Zyko will finally drop, spending all of his stats. Shochi on the front line, brawling with both mobility and Wilson. Can he find the damage? He can! Connects the double Q and goes himself back out to safety. Shochi is falling. Levitate, multi-kills, and Supernova win themselves the biggest fight of the game.
And they sure do, and they're going to win themselves the Baron on top of it and really start to give us the beginning of the end of this game here, Slayer, because man is starting to look insurmountable for Winthrop University. We're going to have to start thinking about game 2 because these scaling options have long since been online. And now this gold lead has gone up to, what, 11,000.
That is a huge chunk of change as we'll get our Philips Norelco one-blade precision replay. Zyko, again, outplaying that initial dive, but it's just Shochi, man. I mean, he's holding himself 1 versus 2 into an Ezreal Pantheon.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Zyko, and the rest of it is just a wallet diff, I'm afraid, Leo. There was really no way out. There was no way out of it. And once the Lulu didn't instantly die, and you guys saw the rest, and we're about to see this.
Music's feeling good when he's throwing the thumbs up mid paranoia ult onto Zach's head. It's a rinse and repeat strategy here as we melt down the Icebird once again.
We sure do. Now, I'm gonna see, like, yeah, we definitely spent some of that gold that we've earned, but already another item completed there for Shochi on top of a needlessly large rod. He's very powerful. Very, very powerful.
This actual
a really nice
item,
game.
Man.
Yeah, really nice game from Supernova. We figured they'd be volatile. We were waiting for this team to mesh, and from what we've seen top to bottom from the beginning of this game, it was very clean, very concise. This is the gameplay we expect from players like this who have had some pretty good to top-level performances in the NACL over these last couple of years.
Especially a guy like Music, right, who we've seen the top end of his ability in the NACL before, and we were really asking that question of what form can we get Music back into. I feel like this game, clearly from that early game as we get a look at the obvious gold graph leading the Supernova side,
I don't even want to look, man. Oh.
Music has been ahead of Wilson on, it feels like, every play this game, and was the driving force in getting Supernova on track to now see, you know, your mid and scaling mid AD carry 4,000 gold ahead of their counterpart.
Yeah. It's a big number. IE as well. Being that item finished. It's got to feel really good. I'm really excited to watch Levitate auto attack, because I think it's really funny
Sivir
when
way.
Sivir auto. Yeah. Watching Sivir W auto, those death balls, is very entertaining to me. Good stuff. And it's tough. We were hyping up mobility, I think for good reason. He had an opportunity this game for a lot of impact, but, you know, it's a little late. That window's
Ooh,
closed.
good use of the wall,
Okay.
though, to slam down Psycho. So he drops first. Lights go back out, but Levitate's damage, man. I mean, he's using the minion wave
Oh
against
my God.
Winthrop right now, but really has to shift barrier flash away from Hoarder, who's diving under the tier 3 turret. Kim down to mobility, mere inches away from death, but Hoarder won't drop either. Shochi realm warps in his own jungler. And now we get into a bit of a Freaky Friday scenario. There's no wave on the tier 3 turret. Denethor drops into the zombies. Now he's throwing hands with Shochi, forcing his shield out. But Winthrop, they may not all drop. Their base will be in tatters instead, as the tier 3 turret soon to fall to the minion wave. Oh boy, we're not done. We are not done. Beat down. That is Zach TPing in after Hoarder. Good grand entrance. Not going to interrupt the dash there from Hoarder. And Zach will get himself a very valuable shutdown, finally on the right side of a kill this game.
Yeah, I mean, exhaust, ignite. There was nothing Hoarder could have done. I appreciate that Winthrop's trying to go for things like this.
Oh God, Shochi's
These are one of the
gliding.
few moments that they're going to have.
Shochi is gliding
maybe not
around Kim
anymore.
down. Wilson on the wrong side of the wall. Does jump on Levitate. Wild Growth comes across.
my God.
Age of Assault will only deny the inevitable, which is Levitate, as he goes legendary. And here comes the paranoia once
Here we
again
go.
here from Music, as we're just non-stop fighting. TP in from Denethor is too little, too late. And now the chase is on here for the big take. 4 versus 1. Bit of a split decision here, as Levitate and Shoji are like, nah, bro, we're not chasing a 5 million health Scion. We've got a wave mid lane. Let's get some inhibitors. Let's get this lead done and dusted and look towards game 2.
Yeah, but of course, Music Zyko going to have a little fun with this one.
How many autos beat down? I think we're at like 30 from this top turn. Oh, the flash to stop the ult. Music will not let Denethor out here. He's got his pocket kid Lulu. Zyko gonna earn himself the kill. We'll see if Levitate and Shoji can finish this game off, because respawns are coming across here for Winthrop. Zach here, flashing after Levitate, who does find his way over the wall. Hoarder TP's in, and the solo lanes, the carries of Supernova, will put the bow on top of one of their most complete games of the NACL split so far. Levitate doing damage past the Fountain's resurrection powers. Supernova 1-0 up on the Golden Eagles in style.
Couldn't agree more, Leo. The most complete game we've seen from Supernova so far in 2026 spring. And I gotta say, it's looking pretty damn good. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly what we were kind of alluding to a bit in the pre-show beatdown. Supernova are volatile, but if they can really churn all their powers towards the right sort of game plan, the right sort of end goal, which of course is obviously to blow up the Nexus, we feel like this team should be a playoff team. It could be a very high ceiling threat. And I'm glad that we finally got that glimpse of what we were hoping. A lot of us were hoping for when we saw the Supernova roster come together at the start of the split.
Yeah, it was a really good look. We can take a look at the stats here, and they're about exactly what you expected. Pretty much top to bottom. Especially the Sivir. Again, this was that composition where, you know, the damage was really going to show itself in that late game, but Supernova were able to really accelerate that win con, that game clock, if you will, and it culminated in everything you saw. I don't know how much else I have to really say about that game, Slayer. It was good. It was fast.
Yeah. You know, I guess the conversation can maybe kind of move into what we thought went wrong early for Winthrop. I mean, game 2, right? But
game 2? Let's talk about game 2.
All right, for game 2, I guess the question I can give to you, Beatdown, is what do Winthrop need to improve on? I guess mostly early game, right? Because there's not much breaking down the mid game, late game. It was already kind of over by that point. Besides the disastrous losing your Anivia passive to minions thing that, you know, is just kind of like unfortunate, what do you need to see from Winthrop to have more confidence in them for a game 2?
It's hard because they honestly kind of.
Edge. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different one. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks. Or wait, no. Oh, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke. Really?
Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako. Mako.
Mako.
Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds finals? Is it Benji?
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
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 This is just Faker.
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios?
Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
Azir.
Rise.
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Twisterfade?
I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar. I have no clue.
The rarest one? Isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG Aurelia.
I think 2000? 3000?
800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000.
1400.
It's probably like 1600.
1,229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17?
17. I don't know.
14, I think.
12.
14.
14.
15.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Back in a flash here at the NACL YouTube or Twitch stream here for week 4. Welcome back in, everybody. Let's take a quick look back at another one of our Philips Norelco OneBlade precision plays there, beat down, that really showed off the highlight end, it felt like for us, of that Winthrop Supernova game, which was that team fight prowess that Supernova were able to bring in this game.
Yeah. It was a really good look there from Supernova, I think start to finish. Even plays where it looked like Winthrop were finding their way back into it, doing something risky, and it's looking like it was about to pay off, but instead Supernova still able to come out on top in the end. And I love how creative they got with Shochi's Realm Warps. The fact that it was always surprising to us, Leo, that they were able to get into some of these angles, but they were, I think that's part of why Shochi had such a good performance in Game 1.
Yeah, and I really want to praise Bach and the Supernova draft overall in this one as well, because we kind of noticed it a bit further once we got into that game beatdown. But the way to give yourself a stress-free kind of scaling with a Sivir and a Rise is, seeing comps from Winthrop that, looking back, the damage profile was pretty low, especially in that point in the game where you need to punish a Rise and a Sivir, which was that early to mid, and a Nivea mid lane, a Scion top. You're really relying a lot on Ezreal to get a lot of work done, but in that early stage of the game, you can't have him everywhere on the map, and that's what Supernova, we felt like, really took advantage of.
Yes, but now we can talk about Game 2.
Moving on.
We're moving on. We're gonna see if things get switched up. The sides have not been switched up. I think pick order is the same as well. So Winthrop gonna have that first pick once more. A couple champions off of the board with J4 banned. Maybe they're honestly just looking at first pick Xin this time for Wilson.
Yeah, so compared to that last draft beatdown, we still have Seraphine floating around. This was the spot last draft where we saw the Karma ban come across from Bach and company. So we'll still get the Karma ban. Does leave the Seraphine up. So Seraphine Ashe on the table, and this is where it's always interesting, right? Did Winthrop just try and steal away the Seraphine now? They'll just steal away the Ashe, so daring Supernova to break up the strongest bot lane 2v2 currently in the meta.
It could just be, they could also go for a handshake and just go for Corki Nami, or they could break it up, as you mentioned. Zyko, of course, could play Seraphine. It really is just, it's up to them. Depends on whether or not they value breaking that up over whatever answer they may have cooked up. And, oh my god, pivot. Guys, we have Slayer's favorite champion in all of League of Legends. Like, everybody keep calm, be cool. Like, Slayer, please talk.
Sorry, I'm going to sleep.
You don't love Misfortune? Come on, bro. This is your time.
Oh, wait, but that would be fun. That's not boring. Nothing boring about that, Hover. Yeah, Misfortune is at a really interesting spot. We all know what Misfortune brings to the table, but definitely fallen out of grace with the meta so far. And we'll get the pivot over to the Mel. I will say this is likely, we've seen this in the mid lane, but I do want to quickly, just say it because this is a mid lane blind if it is mid. There is some value in a Mel support. I'm just throwing that out there. Okay. Just keep that in mind, everybody.
Okay. All right. Tell me more. What's the value?
Well, into this lane, you can get the the reflect ability a lot earlier use into the Ashe Seraphine. It takes away the bite of those double ultimate threats here, and obviously gives you some power in the 2v2, as I think Mel can really poke as strong as the Seraphine. But regardless if this Mel goes mid or support, you're going to get the value into this Ashe Seraphine. And next to Misfortune, Mel wouldn't really work that well. You see a Rel most of the time, but we will get the Zyko and Nautilus next to the Misfortune. So for Winthrop here, beat down a ton of early pressure that they're going to be able to garner in this bottom lane matchup.
Yeah, but I will say, Zyko, always going to have that kill threat with the dredge line. It's going to be a little squishy, though. So the poke, unless we see like the aftershock, so that poke there, I think in either scenario is going to be pretty difficult for Zyko to deal with. You have to be really careful in that lane phase, but otherwise, it is going to be Mel mid. It's going to be a pretty safe blind, I think, for Shochi. You have so much.
Feels nice and snug. We'll see what Winthrop want to do with their bans on the table here. They still are likely going to, we feel confident beat down that it's going to be the top lane counter once again here for Hoarder. So was curious if they were going to try and give a bit of a softer lane here to Denethor, as he will likely get countered, but now they're going to get rid of the Vi. Maybe try and get rid of another engage tool next to Zyko, is my thinking.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else is there in terms of like popular junglers. Most of them are out of the picture. I like the Gnar look as well for Denethor. Very popular, or very comfortable champion for him. I think you could ban out, maybe toss a ban over to Hoarder, maybe something like the Ambessa. Could pair pretty well with that Nautilus, even though it's not necessarily in the jungle more than likely. But yeah, I agree. Getting rid of another dive pairing might work really well is good. Jace, sure, fair enough.
Okay, so they fear they fear the kind of range threat that Amel gives with that, I think, to try and set up a poke lane. But
yeah,
you don't usually
you have
think
Seraphine, so I'm surprised you care. But
yeah,
he does do a lot of burst damage.
That's true, right? Is that the Jace ban is intriguing, especially with the Misfortune, because Misfortune, once you pick that champion, you're kind of all about the team fight here.
Of course.
Mundo is going to come across. So I will say Supernova did a decent job at making it a little easier to soak an Ash Arrow or an Encore, right? Mundo will have the spell shield up, you'd think, if that pick tool was available, and then you can reflect the arrow away. So putting a pretty beefy front line together is Supernova.
Yeah. Gotta be Azir or Victor. Yeah, you need more damage. Already Ash, we've been talking about it every show, every broadcast. Mundo pops out a lot. Ash Seraphine pops out a lot. You don't do a lot to the Mundo, so you need more DPS. So of course Azir is that natural answer when it comes to magic damage champions. And of course, okay, we're also going to see. Wow, we don't see a lot of Denethor Rumble in NACL, if memory serves. It's definitely an interesting one. I mean, Hoarder. Or rather, he can't play the Aurora because Supernova banned it pretty early on, so safe pick from Denethor.
I like it. Lot of just powerful team fight ultimates on the side of Winthrop, which I like because they're matching into a Supernova team that is also likely looking to fight. They're going to lock in the Cassante towards the top side. And I do have to say, something that we pointed out as a worry for Winthrop in Game 1, I do feel like is there for Supernova.
I was just thinking it. I was just thinking that.
We don't have a lot of damage, and we certainly don't have a lot of scaling damage if I think Levitate's going to build this Misfortune the way I suspect.
Yeah, I mean, Mel, when it comes to Squish, she just goes pretty well. That is one champion. Will kill most of Winthrop University in 1v1, 1v2s. But yeah, overall, I still agree. Supernova, not big in that damage department. There's going to be a lot of pressure for Hoarder in particular. I know Sante is a tank. You do have that opportunity to damage squishies when you're going all out, and I think that pressure is going to be on him this game just to kind of make up for what Supernova are lacking a little bit in the damage department. But if Supernova, get ahead the way they did in that first game, it's just going to make it that much easier for Hoarder and Music, and even Zyko, to a smaller extent, to be the big beefy boys.
Yeah, I agree with you, Beatdown. I'm just really trying to wrap my head around why we got this Misfortune look, because like we are one Misfortune. There's just like so many other 80 carries that I see up and available that would have worked so much better into a composition of this style that we now see. So we'll have to see how it plays out on the Rift. No, we can't replace the 80 carry nonetheless. We'll have to see if Levitate can really bring enough damage on this Misfortune. If Supernova can get themselves this 2-0 win over Winthrop, Golden Eagles looking for a bounce back as we are on to the Rift for the second time today.
All right. Oh, hold on. Oh, nice. Gonna force the back. I mean, game's a lot faster than it used to be, so actually meaningful if Zach is forced to recall, but it's looking like he has absolutely no time, so good stuff. And all right, back to my question. Leo, moment of truth. You think Levitate's gonna build what you're expecting? ETA, does that tell you anything?
So that actually gives me a little bit more confidence in the Supernova damage profile, because I was thinking, you get first strike, you rush the Yomus, you try and be like really pointed lethality damage early. PTA usually signals a more like crit-based scaling route where you go Bloodthirster first. Yeah, you try to get more auto attacks down. So I actually like this more, given how much beefier of a frontline Supernova can scale up later. Certainly helps early, though, when Zyko's just throwing out Dredge Lines and chunking Kim down to about half HP.
Wow.
Winning level 1 here is really big for the Supernova bottom lane to not just get run over in these early waves.
Yeah, I gotta appreciate Levitating Zyko. Just playing on those Dredge Line cooldowns and fighting it as much as they can. They are gonna hit level 2 at the same time, so we could honestly see another engage, but I think now that Seraphine has more spells, it's not a fun concept.
It is a little bit easier of level 2, though, that the Hawk Shot was taking level 2 by mobility, so it doesn't have that Q access just yet.
That's true. That's true. There you go. Maybe they did just enough that music could show up after his clear, but that wave's gonna get crashed, so never mind. Not as fun. Overall, things are slow, besides what we were just watching. Eyes on the junglers, especially Wilson, once again, playing something with more early game impact while his counterpart is playing for scaling. Music got the better of him with the help of his laners, especially Shochi. Can he do so again? Or Wilson able to express more of that early game agency?
I just now realized it. Music with the fleet on Mundo Jungle. Am I out of the loop, or is this not a wild tech we got coming out here from Music?
Could be tech.
Oh, Dredge Line.
Oh, yeah.
That's mobility flash. Ash without flash. All right, Supernova. We have a clear early game win plan. WinCon to go for now. Words are hard. Sometimes.
Words are hard. Casters, by the way.
Casters, by the way.
I like that look. We said it. Even though you're not double range at Dreadline, always at constant threat in the right situations. And I think it's about to be a threat again very soon. They have no info. Will the back complete? Oh no, Wilson's going to keep it. Okay,
oh my god, Zyko's going to flash on mobility without flash, but here comes Wind Becomes Lightning dash through Zyko, trying to run away, but the knockup lands here for Wilson, and Levitate is far too chunked out to try and make this a turn. Man, gotta think if Wilson completes that back, it's a whole different ball game. But in reality, we've got the Golden Eagles with a powerful bottom lane early kill.
Yeah, props to Wilson. Hanging back to ensure his bot lane can crash that wave, and it ended up paying off more than they could have expected.
Oh, Zach!
They get a plate. Zach gets the solo bolo in mid lane, a little redemption for the unfortunate travesty of Game 1. Everything is coming up Winthrop in this early game.
Exactly what Dr. Beatdown prescribed to try and see if they could get this series back under control. And now they've got the gold. Exactly where they were really lacking in Game 1. I always love these parallels, right? The mid-jungle was what really let down Winthrop in Game number 1. Wilson and Zach fell far too far behind, and now they're aptly positioned. Shochi, despite getting solo bolo, did actually accrue a pretty sizable CS lead, so he's not actually down that much gold. It's really Wilson that we have to focus in on Beatdown as being a priority figure in these early levels, especially with Music not even over to level 6 yet.
Yeah, really, really nice for Winthrop. Much better opener for what we saw last game, and it could show you a little bit of what we missed out on. Again, with how tragic the early minutes were. Now Music, I'm going to use some priority to just be an utter nuisance.
Dredge Line. Oh, it doesn't pull Wilson back, but he's getting slowed. Levitate can't get close enough to try and proc that PTA or anything, so just back Wilson off his camps. He is kind of broken apart, though, by that. He doesn't have any top lane camps clear, so he's going to have to just go for the crab. Should set up an early dragon here for Supernova.
Still got to appreciate Music. And just reading Wilson's timers really well, able to pressure him. While farming in the early game, last game, this game as well. Shochi,
revenge of Shochi.
He said I got one too.
Yeah, he's got it in the bag as well. He's going to reflect away the Wind Becomes Lightning, but Wilson should be here for the trade kill. Music desperately trying to run over. There's a good solar root.
Oh my god.
And Shochi will not live. Tip of the spear comes across here. Wilson will find that trade kill, but Music's got one more briefcase to the back of the head to throw down Wilson. Now the bottom lane might have a look, but it's a good double tap snare there from Kim down. Shouldn't allow Zyko to find that Dredge Line. Supernova, though, consistently finding answers now to some of these early game plays from the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, and that play, that response, even up that gold lead that Winthrop was starting to accrue. Still an alright state to be in for Winthrop University. We're not ringing alarm bells really at all yet. Maybe mid lane. The Shochi again. With that solo bolo and the CS lead is starting to build a lead over his counterpart, but overall, Zach, as long as he doesn't fall too far behind, still going to offer a lot of DPS later into the game. And again, a lot of playmaking potential with that Emperor's Divide. So, Winthrop, they're still fine. Things are fine.
This game is so much about a lot of, once again, a lot of these quality ultimates that are going to start coming online here, but for different sort of reasons. Whenever you have misfortune in the game, you're playing around that bullet time as a team fighting style of Supernova. But once you unlock that enchanted arrow, something that, you know, Hans Sama I really credit as using well for G2. I love when your AD carry on Ashe goes into fog and just constantly looks to try and snipe somebody to set up kills here. So we'll see if Mobility does that as he now takes over level 6 with that arrow and gives a lot more pick threat into this mid game for Winthrop.
All eyes on the Ashe for Winthrop. And for one of many CC tools they can use to not only set up plays, but knock down that spell shield. So Music, definitely not unthreatened this game. Something that he's going to have to be careful of as we get a little later on.
Music feeling a lot more confident with that maximum dosage around. Another game where we're pretty slow to these early objectives. Once again, we're going to have the Grub spawn with that first dragon still up on the bot side. Both junglers feigning towards those Grubs. I do think this game, Grubs are a lot less important beatdown than we normally see. Neither of these comps really have a true split-pushing threat. I'd say the closest we get is maybe Zac in the side lanes, but there's not a ton of that side lane threat. Oh, okay, the Rumble.
Denethor could. Yeah, if he gets ahead, he has opportunities to push. And I think overall Winthrop's ability to siege is pretty good, considering they have pretty good range across the board with the exception of Shochi, of course. Mill range is not to be trifled with. And
oh, there we go, Shochi. Take that back, Mobility. I don't want it. The arrow does go down. Dredgeline is going to find its mark onto Kim Down. Roots come across. Kim Down does not have access to that Encore, so it makes this turn a little bit harder. But the Crest Guard from Wilson does provide enough cover to allow Winthrop to regroup as 4. But here comes the bullet time down. Solar Stare does not root Zac, so he'll be able to walk out as Wilson and Shochi start to trade blows. Music popping the maximum dosage, trying to step up with these briefcases, looking for slows. Heal going to come across here from Kim Down to keep everybody topped off. As almost everyone but the top laners migrate their way towards the mid lane, but no one sent back to the gray screen.
Yeah, that was close. Honestly, I doubted at first. Supernova actually played that one pretty nice. Weren't able to close out on those kills, but in the day they're going to get all 3 Grubs as a result. Deny that potential there for Winthrop, and yet nobody's really focusing on the Dragons early on.
No, it's happening again. Beatdown. The difference in
don't
the
matter,
fight,
guys.
Drakes don't matter. I think they really matter in this game, man. We got a lot of people who would like to get a hold of some soul stacking. A Mundo, a Cassante. You know, we're only 1 dragon in, so it's a bit of a gamble, but I still see Mountain Drake up. That would be awesome for a Supernova comp. Hextech, I think, is the strongest one in the game, so let's start prioritizing some dragons here, people.
Maybe soon. We'll see. When they feel like it. You know, you can't rush them. Order. Oh, he's fishing. He's fishing for an all-out. I can smell it. The Thor has to dodge those Q3s.
Well, this always brings up my favorite top lane game beatdown, which I like to coin it as Ultimate Chicken, where one top laner...
Not to be confused with Ultimate Chicken Horse.
True, right, no. Ultimate Chicken, like, you know, just those 2 words. A League of Legends based, where if your top laner uses Ultimate, well, hold on, mid laners use Ultimate. Oh my god! Shochi just pops Zac before he can even Emperor's Divide. Luckily, the jungle and bottom lanes of Winthrop are there to cover. But that is a mental win there for Shochi as he once again gets the best of Zac.
Yeah, again, like, Shochi's just been styling this entire series, just performing so well. And again, just caught off on the roam by the bot lane of Supernova. At the end of the day, it's worth it. Get some breathing room for Levitate and Zyko. Only downside is likely going to be losing this Drake, but Levitate does have bullet time.
Here comes Zac.
Maximum dosage, but we don't have numbers. We don't have numbers. We're letting this one go.
Thought he was going to, you know, fish for that bullet time Hail Mary steal, but yeah, he'll hold on to that ultimate. So an 11-minute first Drake in the game. Beat down. That is very late.
Makes you feel better. Chemtech Dragon's gone. Cloud Dragon is next. Could be the Hextech Soul. Could be fun.
Well, so is that your take on the most powerful? Because I know
Most
Soul
powerful?
conversation.
Yeah, probably.
Because it's always like an interesting convo, right? Because I think depending on the draft, you could argue certain souls are more potent, right? Like I would say for Supernova, a Mountain might be better for a Mundo Cassante team than Hextech. But
Or
you feel like
Soul.
Or Infernal Soul too. Okay, well hold on. We'll have that conversation once again once this gank goes down there. As the Equalizer doesn't get a ton of value. Hoarder kind of walks out of that one. He does have to flash away from Wilson, who's looking for the knock-up. He goes all out, but he gets interrupted. Knocked out at the start, but he still dashes back towards his jungler. Music holding the front line down. Hoarder walks his way out of dodge. And now Music trying to throw hands here. No maximum dosage just yet. Music flashes to pop it. And now Hoarder re-enters the fray. Zyko wanting to engage, but neither one of his damage dealers are healthy enough to look for this turn. And once again, an extended fight between the Golden Eagles and Supernova has all parties walk out alive. Walk out alive. Walk out alive.
Walk out alive.
Oh my god, maybe it's Denethor, the roots! Alright, Denethor flashes away from the Pathmaker. Everybody walks out alive, the cross-map arrow! I'm just going to keep saying
Everybody walks out alive.
Everyone walks out alive. Yeah, we're not even going to cast anymore. We're just going to say that over and over again until somebody dies at this point. That's
No. Surely it's fine now. Surely it's fine now.
I
can't believe
trust it.
Denethor. I can't believe Denethor almost fell for like the oldest trick in the book. By the way, like that's crazy. And you know what? He lives. Never punished. It's fine.
Everybody lives.
Yes.
Nobody dies.
Nobody dies. What was that the phrase? We've been repeating it, and I already forgot.
I think it was everyone alive or nobody dies. We are.
And nobody dies? I don't know. It's over.
Same
Whatever.
message.
Yeah. Same. We're moving forward. Dragon in 3 minutes. Herald in 2 minutes. We're getting pretty close to first item breakpoints. Junglers already have it. You have the Ludens for Shochi, which is nice. The Ludens and the Hextech Cultivator.
1.2k gold up there.
Moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it shows.
I mean, you can
Your
see
favorite item for Levitates.
Yep, the
Bloodthirster. I actually
Bloodthirster.
don't remember.
That is the one I like to see. I'm more of the fan of this sort of misfortune approach where it's like, yes, your bullet time, output damage early on, this isn't necessarily as huge because you're not going flatly thouty AD, but so many of the times we see that build beat down for misfortunes, they can't cut tissue paper in later fights, 5v5s. They don't have enough damage, especially into like decent frontline teams or like big shielding teams like you have with the Seraphine. Levitate with the Bloodthirster route, he's going to, stack up a lot of crit. He's going to get an IE later on. He's going to really maximize scaling damage. So Supernova will have more than one damage threat. It won't just be Shochi as this game goes on.
That is true. And I think that's part of the motivation there. Again, this draft, if it was that lethality misfortune, you're right. Severe lack in DPS. Levitate trying to bridge that gap a little bit. We'll see if it actually manages to pay off. You can see the Winthrop. They do. And Winthrop able to secure some turret plates we saw in that mid lane. Getting some small wins here across the map. And Wilson able to get that Scuttle Crab as well. I don't think we're actually going to see that dive. There's too many pink wards here. For sure.
3 of them.
Fall. Yeah, which is crazy. Yeah, but he's just going to slow back down now.
You really tell the pace of the game has been such affected by the fact that nobody feels like they have to really move super fast. Well, for one reason, because both these teams have their aspects that scale well. Of course, mainly being like Winthrop's bottom lane, Ash Seraphine can scale pretty well. We talked about the Mel endlessly, but again, the second dragon of the game is spawning at 16 minutes, so we don't have a lot to fight over. Zyko thinks differently, though. Does get caught by that return from Wilson, and Zyko just dies before he can really even do much heavy lifting. TP coming through for Zach on the mid lane as well. An opening for Winthrop at good old Shelly.
Yeah, unsealed Spellbook. Zyko very squishy.
Zach,
Here comes the
great
shuffle.
Look on to Shochi. You can't reflect all that damage, Shochi. Mid laners really with the playmaking on either side, but it's Zach this time that finds the big win.
And really happy to see a much better performance from Zach this game. Nivea Rise, which is, supposed to be pretty good for Nivea. Shochi was mixing him and rinsing him. But this game, even though there's been some solo kills back and forth, Zach really living up to that playmaking potential here for the Azir, being able to pick up these kills. Again, he's a big source of damage later on, even more so than the Ashe is going to be once we get to 3-4 items. So he needs to stay on top of the game and ensure that he's going to be able to output that damage. So good stuff.
Well, Winthrop as a whole have really been on top of getting a lot of these plates off. to get this 1,000 gold lead. Levitate having to cleanse an Ash Arrow. Still looking for a bit of a chase down, but that strut passive, man, it makes his fortune so slippery. Yep. Tier 1 boots, by the way. That's the misfortune way. You don't. Why need tier 2 when you already get up to like 450 move speed with the strut passive up?
Man, that is really insane. You did mention Mountain Soul, by the way, and it has been confirmed.
That's
that it
big.
Is Mountain Soul on the docket. Yeah, Mundo likes very much. And so with the Cassante, I think Zyko, because he didn't go after Shock, would love it as well.
Yeah.
Anything to make this Nautilus a little tankier. I was going to do wonders for Supernova. We had 1k up. Supernova, they got a little bit going for them here. So we could see them start to Dragon Stack.
I wanted to ask you here. I'm realizing now, as much as we really talked about like Mountain Soul for Supernova, item-wise, obviously we have the Seraphine in the game. We have the Scrap Shield of a Rumble. There's no one on Supernova with this draft that can really afford to build a Serpent's Fang except Levitate at some point, right? But his items aren't going to indicate at any point. He actually is morphing couple items. He has the heal cut, but he has a Noon Quiver. So I don't know if we'll even get a Serpent's Fang here from Levitate. So the Seraphine value is going to be pretty high.
No, I think you're right, but which is why I think Levitate will build it. It's probably not right away, just because, again, prioritizing that damage is going to be really important. But I agree. If I don't see a Serpent's Fang, I think that's going to be crazy. So I really like that shout-out, Leos. Now we're going to see Herald drop. Nice chunk of gold here for Winthrop. Going to allow them to continue to accelerate. This is what we knew them for years, everybody. Winthrop University playing out these early mid-games really well, really cleanly, finding consistent advantages. Whether or not they closed out is a different conversation, but they always got there. And the fact that we hadn't been seeing that was concerning, but it's nice in Game 2 of this series to see a bit of that return to form.
Yeah, the only ones that have really been all about the brawling aspect of this early game have been our mid laners. 6 of the 9 kills we have in this game are on to either Shochi or Zach, who are also scaling up pretty strong here. Even if I want to throw up in my mouth a little bit, seeing a MyMel build a Proto Belt. But thanks, Jovi.
No, Proto Belt's so good. Proto Belt's so good. Proto Belt's so good. It's okay. It's okay.
It just feels weird. It just is weird. You know what? I can't really complain though, Beatdown, because when Gale Force was super prominent in the meta, every AD carry player, including myself, built it because we were all like, "Oh yeah, I'd love an extra dash." So I can't really get mad at my control mages for thinking similarly.
Yeah, I mean, you could just be a hypocrite. You would not be the first AD carry.
True. I'm sure at a different point in my AD carry arc, I like to think I'm a lot less hypocritical than I used to be. I think becoming a caster does that to you because you have to kind of look at every other part of the game a lot more than your own.
Well, I appreciate that's how you got there. I don't know if I agree. That's an immediate A to B. That's a whole other conversation.
Maybe like an A to G, you know? There's a lot more bumps. It's not just straight 1-to-1. I get you.
I can live with that. Denethor live with this dive, though.
I think he can live without the turret. I think that's his resolve.
I agree with you. I think that turret needs to go. He's going to give it up gracefully.
So again, you can really tell how much slower pace this game could get because neither team is immediately threatened by, oh shoot, we need to stop dragon stacking. Like we are going to get, I know I've been harping on it, but we are going to get Baron spawning before 3rd dragon of the game. That is a very rare commodity. And
that's true.
Who really benefits the most from this slower style of game? I feel like our tanks definitely do on the Supernova side, but we talked about him earlier after that pick play. I feel like Zach might be the biggest winner here on that super scaling Azir.
I gotta lean towards Winthrop. At the end of the day, I think they. I mean, Mountain Soul would be so good for them because they don't have a tank on their side, so making themselves a little more durable on top of that Seraphine sustain.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just nothing short of ideal. But the fact that Supernova, I think, need that buff a little bit more than Winthrop do, so I would give that edge over to Winthrop at this stage of the game. Again, they're hitting second item breakpoints. Big one for Zach is going to be when he finishes his second item, he's going to be really strong. So here's the problem they might run into, though. We often see Azirs go for that, the Shurima shuffle. I actually think Zach needs to be focusing more on the DPS.
Yeah,
especially
I agree.
as these fights go longer. Needs to preserve his life, needs to keep hitting with those Sand Soldiers. So I want to see him be more careful about that.
Yeah, I'm with you, Beat Down. Want to see Zach divide people off of him and not Shareem and shuffle people into his team. So let's see if Zach takes that approach, because you always want that highlight play on the Azir here. The highlight of this Dragon setup, though, for Winthrop is mid lane control as they bring up that Azir turret, and they are looking to just barrel down onto this tier 2 because this is only the second Dragon for Supernova. So I kind of love this play if they can get the turret down. Much more gold value here, but Supernova have the Dragon completed. Hoarder's trying to lead the front line charge forward to hold this turret in place, but they are taking quite a licking to do so. Equalizer burning through Zyko, and Music's health bar down about half HP. Arrow gonna snipe onto Levitate, who will have to immediately cleanse it once again. And with all that poking and prodding, Winthrop will accomplish their initial goal of this push, which is grabbing that valuable mid-tier 2 turret.
They can jump top as well, with that wave starting to stack there. And again, just nicely done there from Winthrop. They don't need this Dragon. Not only is it not Soul, it's not Soul Point. Who the hell cares? Instead, they secure a nice chunk of gold. And again, this is what I love seeing from this team. Just knowing what objectives they need to fight for and knowing when they can just let them go in favor of something more easily obtained and even more valuable. In this case, it's that tier 2 turret and the plates that came along with it. And of course, you get the cleanse out of Levitate. He is under a little bit more pressure until that summoner spell comes back up with all the CC Winthrop have. And good stuff. If game 1 didn't happen and this was game 1, I would just be talking about how, all right, my concerns before the series, they don't matter. We're back. Winthrop's back.
It's safe to say. Yeah, it's safe to say, honestly, for what we talked about for both teams at the start of the series, while Winthrop haven't completed the goal of winning a game based off of that control you like to see, both sides have kind of brought what we expected them to step up a bit more as mobility. Good sidestep on the reflected volley to not get slowed up, but with Supernova showing heavy in the mid lane, they will pick up that tier 1 turret. But like back to what we were talking about, Supernova, we talked about the volatility being pointed in the right direction as 5. We really saw that in game 1, so that goal was accomplished, and now Winthrop are playing a clean mid-game as a team. They're just playing towards your agendas pretty well so far, beat down in our series.
I don't like the way you said that. Like my agenda. I don't know. There's something so sinister about that choice of words. But they are playing to their strengths. They are playing well. That's how I would put it. Not any agenda. I do not have Tails in my DMs like, listen, all right, guys, make him do this now. Like that's crazy.
All right, you know what? I like that framing a lot better. They have both played well to the strengths that we wanted them to see. But Winthrop need to find a way to accomplish the last part of those goals like you talked about. And it's been something that's plagued them for many iterations of this roster. You play a nice early to mid game. You've got yourself a fancy gold lead. You got to find a way to close it because we are 25 minutes, 3,000 gold is far from insurmountable for this Supernova squad. Ashiero going to go wide onto Levitate, who didn't have that cleanse, but that's a pick 2 ultimate off the board now for the Golden Eagles. Supernova looking to respond with a side lane play onto Denethor. Good Zanyas to get away from the Pathfinder out of Hoarder, but he will go all out. Golden Eclipse damage not really too high, and Hoarder doesn't get the slow on the flash. Good sidesteps here from Denethor, and he's buying a ton of time. Winthrop are ripping this Baron. They know it's at least a 4-on-3. Can Music find a way to walk into this pit? They don't like the threat of the 50-50. Music backs the Golden Eagles off of the Baron. And in your picture-in-picture, Denethor getting far too low here. Hoarder might just find himself that solo kill. He was so desperate to get Scrap Shield under the turret. Not going to buy enough time. The Grasp gets the kill there for Hoarder. And finally, Supernova find that side lane play they were looking for.
And not only that, they deny that Baron take Winthrop are going for, and they can have an angle through this tier 2 turret, which can put a dent in this, not so big gold lead.
They still have all their ultimates, and there's Shochi to blow up Kim down, thanks to a Psycho Dredge line. Ultimates from the damage dealers being held, and boy, did they cash in if you're Supernova.
They sure did, and I think they cashed in enough where now Baron is on the table for them. You said it. This is an auto attack focused Misfortune build. It means it should be enough to take this Baron in a reasonable amount of time. We'll say Zach in a very interesting spot.
Holy, yeah, we've got our own Spec Ops campaign coming through here for Zach. Incognito, he will get spotted over the wall as Wilson is being heralded by Shochi, just throwing out Solar Snare. And Solar Eclipse, reflected Ash Arrow back on mobility's head as well. Shochi! That's absolutely disgusting. He sets Supernova up to secure that patented Baron, and now Music looking to turn back, but he doesn't have the maximum dosage, but it's Shochi again, coming through with a triple kill. Denethor trapped in the pit, looking to get one more back to bring down with him, but he won't even find that. Levitate gets the kill. Kim down too late to the party. It's Shochi's world right now, and we're all just living in it.
And just like that, everything Winthrop have worked for has fallen apart. Still have scaling tools to lean onto, but it's suddenly going to become so much more difficult to use them. Especially now, Supernova, they've got themselves the Baron and can work with it. We're going to watch the precision play of Phillips Norco One Blade, and it's going to be Shochi, man. This dude playing it up really nicely with Zyko there to take down the enemy jungler, take down the AD carry, and just buy enough time and make sure his team cannot be contested on this Baron.
This Meld champ, man. We thought the Reflect was the big problem with this kit. No, I think it's the damage. I think it's the damage.
It's a lot of things. A lot of things. Shochi's also the GOAT. You know,
that is the main.
A little bit of column.
That's the main truth. Yeah, this is what Shochi does right now. Especially, God, look at his items too. At this point here, he is very close to a Rabadon's. He's going to face check into Wilson, who does land the knock up here. Shochi, though, I mean, his damage is just disgusting. Solar Eclipse nearly gets the kill. It's the passive execute. Shochi 1v1ing Wilson, and now he's got the rest of the Supernova boys to back him up into a nice bullet time from Levitate. The Encore doesn't come through in time. Kim down is down. Double kill as Denethor drops as well, and Supernova are ripping through this late game.
Holy, the walls are closing in around Winthrop University. Another successful team fight and a great use of this Baron so far. They got a backup for now. Zyko is too low, but still so much more gold earned. Turret plates taken down, and nobody to answer Hoarder on the other side of the map. So Winthrop's losses are just going to continue to grow.
And now, you know, despite how long it may have taken to get here, we are a couple minutes out from Mountain Soul secure for Supernova if they want it. So they're knocking down all these structures with their Baron. Music, I'm going to use that maximum dosage to just get himself out of dodge. Crewing more of that gold lead here. They've gotten rid of all these tier 2 turrets. Now Supernova can settle in, cash in on those items. We've got a Rabadon's Bell. We've got the IE 4th item completed here for Levitate on his more scaling build with the Misfortune. My tanks are at 3 items. How do Winthrop ever win a fight around this Mountain Soul Drake coming up in about 3.5 minutes?
Ooh, it's going to take a big ultimate from Kim down and just the space from Winthrop to let Zach and Mobility work. Again, they're the ones who have the DPS here for Winthrop, and it's not insignificant put together, but they just don't have the space to use it, and that's the downside of a tankless comp that Winthrop are working with at the moment here. They have to space very carefully. They have to play on a razor's edge to ensure that their DPS carries can do it.
Now they've got that Void Staff through here for Zach, so the scaling through really outlined for Winthrop is decently online to deal with, you know, some of these high health bars, but I don't know. I don't think we've gotten enough value out of our Ashe Seraphine as a pick threat really in this game. Part of that, once again, goes back to Shochi, who I think makes it a lot harder for them to really fire an arrow in or shoot an Encore out whenever he's around. It's hard to link up with Denethor's Rumble. It feels like he's been on the side lanes a lot, where I feel like this Rumble needs to be a primary focal point of team fighting, especially with the gold lead he could use up about 1,500 at certain points. It's just hard to see Winthrop play out some of these fights at this point when I felt like the strength of their team fighting has gone and passed.
Yes. Like we've crested the peak at this point, and in a way the gold graph is even kind of reflecting that. It's going to be very difficult. Seeing Hoarder approaching that level 20 mark.
He's so tanky, man.
He's so strong.
Man.
Like, just... Oh, man. It's tough. Now, 2 minutes until Supernova get their Mountain Soul, by the way. So all that armor and MR Hoarder's building is going to get that much more effective. They're going to get the shield with it as well. And, of course, it means that Music is going to be even harder to kill. on top of it all. Winthrop bought themselves a lot of time with delaying that first dragon, and with picking one up early on, still Supernova have gotten to this place.
And now they're just knocking on the door of the base, daring Winthrop to fight their mighty front line at this point. Tier 3 turret nearly chopped down to size. Denethor in the area, so for at least a couple of seconds, Winthrop do have a man advantage, and they're going to look to pounce onto Shochi here. Arrow hits, but the Encore doesn't. Shochi is safe. Only Wilson can step up, and look at Hoarder in the backline, wreaking havoc, daring any Winthrop carry to step past him. Spoiler alert, they can't. All they're eating is a bullet raining down from Levitate. Mobility drops to Hoarder. Denethor soon to be chased down by Levitate. He's got a flash under his own Tier 3 turret. Zach finds one kill back, but the mighty front line of Music and Hoarder is too much to bear. Good spell shield there, or stasis there from Denethor. He actually does kill off Music. So now it's only Hoarder and Levitate, but the fight's done. The damage has been dealt out, and it's Supernova cracking some inhibitors.
Yeah, not exaggerating when I say Music going off and Denethor stalling him and killing him saved the game. Otherwise, really could have seen Supernova push to end at that stage. Still a really good fight for the SN squad. Baron coming up, them spending all their gold. As soon as they get back on the Rift, you got to imagine they're going straight to that.
Let's take a look back here, though, at this. I like this look from Wilson, but again, it's just, you know what? I shouldn't have flamed the Proto Belt beat down. The Proto Belt actually saves Shochi there. He doesn't get Encore because he Proto Belts out of it.
That's the big thing, too, and why I like the position Shochi was in, separate from his team. You force that Encore to either go towards Supernova or go towards a Shochi. So what ends up happening? They choose Shochi. The Proto Belt means that it misses. And honestly, a really powerful ult wasn't able to do very much. No, it makes sense because the spawn timers, basically when we went to replay, Winthrop already spawned.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the value of the quicker reset. So they do. That's a pretty big win, right? For trying to stall maybe for your Azir. You do get rid of the Mountain Soul threat for now. But the last fight is any indication there's much more damage Supernova can push out and a lot more front line to chew through. Hoarder trying to look for another pattern flank to threaten that back line that he is currently 5 and 7 levels ahead of right now.
Yeah. That is true. And it's tough. It was a difficult choice for Winthrop. I believe it was correct to go for the Dragon so Mountain Soul doesn't go through. But of course, you use a pretty pivotal window to not go for the Baron because gold is still in SN's favor. Once they push this mid wave in, they're very easily going to be able to just walk their way through the Baron and play defense.
Shochi not getting enough inherent value out of his poke, though, and Hoarder is getting walked down. The Baron will be secured here by Music Company, so they get the Purple Worm. Mobility went chasing after Hoarder, splits away from his team, and that might end up costing them. Kim down, goes down once again. Wilson going to be cut down to size. It's just the damage of ludicrous proportions out of Shochi, and Levitate's here to clean up where his partner in crime left off. It's another multi-kill for both Levitate and Shochi, and it might just put the cherry on top. A dominating 2-0 showing from Supernova, clearly the better team today in the NACL.
Winthrop showing us some signs of life, but unfortunately not enough of a heartbeat to keep them living. SN are going to take it.
Lot of question marks on both sides coming into this series.
Shochi.
But I feel like a lot of them his answer is Shochi is.
The chin washing, bro, it's legendary.
Nah, man. Someone get end of line by Daft Punk behind that guy when he hits that move, bro. Just the.
Yeah. You know, he was brushing his hair too. Like, it's just such a good look. Bro knows he's on camera. You love to see it, and honestly, deserves every bit of preening, by the way, because bro crushed this series. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. That's my MVP right there.
Our
Supernova
MVP.
Shochi.
Our
MVP. Again, Slayer just jumping on my ideas. It is what it is.
You betcha.
Man. This is just.
That's what I'm here to do, man. You know, it's like those group projects. You're doing a lot of the work, and then I'm just here to jump in and sign my name at the top here.
There it is.
Let's go.
We've all been there.
We've all been
one side
there.
or another.
One way or another. But yeah, Shochi definitely showing why in an NACL split where I felt like mid lane pool was a bit weaker compared to splits past. You know, we talked a lot about players like Samikin that we wanted to see really step up in this mid pool. Shochi was another name as well, and today he really showed why there is a gap between a player of his caliber and somebody in Zach who is in his first showings of the NACL, and that one lane difference was really what I think warped this series as a whole.
I think especially game one, yeah. Again, winning out on the Rise matchup so very dominantly was instrumental in their early game success with a comp where, early game really wasn't their strong suit. But they did it anyway. And of course, the Mel was untouchable in this game too as well, Slayer. There was no way around it. It was very entertaining, but also a little painful at the same time. So you got to give some credit to everyone from Supernova. But again, I think Shochi really stood out.
Yeah. So, but before we get to, as we give time to, set up an interview to get some more insight from the winning team in Supernova, I want to go back and ask you your, kind of summary of things you wanted to see happen for Supernova to have some more confidence in them outside of the classic lane dominant volatility we had coming into the series. Do you feel like most of your questions have been answered by this sort of showing here from Supernova?
I think so. We really didn't see much of that volatility we were kind of expecting before the split started and saw in some of their earlier matches. They seem a lot more cohesive so far. If they can keep this up against other opponents going forward, I'm going to be really excited to keep Supernova going forward. But we need to keep this up.
All right, we need to keep this momentum going here, but we'll quickly look back at the precision play that we really felt like came across here from this Game 2 win for Supernova. Once again, thanks in large part to Philips Norelco OneBlade. And who else would it be but Shochi, showing why this Mel champion, man, makes for some fun outplays. My favorite part, of course, redirecting powerful ultimates right back at you. Taste that one, Mobility.
Yeah, it feels really bad. Mobility thinking the whole time, maybe not watching that skirmish, like, surely he used the W. Surely. And unfortunately, he did not. Again, Shochi, really the MVP of that play as well. Overall, him and Zyko being able to just keep Wilson away from this Baron, killing him, making sure that it goes uncontested, was really the beginning of the end of that game too there. Where up until that point, back and forth. Winthrop were showing us a little this, a little that, but after that first Baron win go through, it was just a steady decline into their Nexus exploding.
Yeah, and it was a decent showing. We had that classic Winthrop, nice succinct mid-game moves, but it could not topple the Shochi Mountain, as he is our MVP here once again. Shout out to Shochi. Those stats are ludicrous. I think every one of them is ludicrous. 1,200 damage per minute is rarely seen in competitive series, I will say that.
Yeah, also 1,400 gold diff at 20. That's dominating. Overall, really, again, this just kind of says it all. On top of some of the highlight plays that we were going back on just now. Just great performance again from Shochi overall. Again, a player who's had quite a bit of history in the NACL over these last couple of years, and has been able to show us some incredible performances. And games like this, they get me excited. Maybe he's back. Maybe Taco Gaming Shochi is back.
Oh,
because that's who I miss the most. Slayer. It's TG Shochi.
I find that so interesting. Yeah, you mentioned like for you it was Taco Gaming Shochi. For me it was Fear X Shochi. I remember.
Fear X Shochi was also incredible.
Yeah, the Katarina games.
He didn't play Zed.
That's true. But this iteration of Shochi definitely showed out. So hopefully it made a fan out of a couple of people watching at home there in the Supernova win. But we are not going to hear from Shochi. I know, we saw a lot of people, you got your frame mug out of there. We need to talk to some other members of Supernova. And I, of course, am going to lean into the AD carry bias once again, as I've just got word that we have the main man, Levitate, stepping in here. So let's go ahead and get him on the screen. Levitate, my friend, it's good to have you. Good to talk to you outside of the Twitch chat. I know, shout out your solo queue streams there, Levy. Always talking to you there, but congratulations on the win, my friend. The first thing I really want to ask you here is I was a bit curious about that misfortune angle in Game 2. It feels like MF as a champion isn't necessarily, at least to me, as prevalent in the meta right now with all the big, pairings we have down in the bottom lane. What did you see there?
Misfortune, this combo specifically is something that we just found success in scrims, so yeah, I guess we're leaking our strats here, but yeah, we were just super confident in the MF Nautilus. I actually think we could have played a lot better too. A bit unfortunate on the first gank, which kind of set us behind, but yeah, it's just something that we've had success on, and we're very confident in pulling out against Dash Surfing.
Well, hey, you made it look good towards the end of that game too, as well. Really scaling up and becoming a monster with some of those clutch bullet times. I want to, talk to you, pick your brain a bit more about your bottom lane pairing here in Zyko. Obviously, both of you guys are two players that have, been in the NACL for a while, known to be paired with other guys for multiple splits together. How has it been getting to work with Zyko in this Supernova system? How have you guys really felt like you've been developing along so far in this spring split?
Yeah, I think me and Ryan, or me and Zyko, have pretty good synergy so far already. I think we'll only continue to get better. Yeah, I think Ryan's just really talented mechanically as well, it feels really nice to play with, because it kind of feels like we can just hand check everyone 2v2, and hopefully we can put on even better performances going into the future and win bot lane more. That's the goal.
Yeah, that's always the goal, especially in a meta like this. I do really want to kind of pick your brain a bit more on your approach to it. I know we've talked about it a bit, in different spots here outside of, an NACL interview. But how do you feel like the bottom lane is looking compared to just a season ago, right? How has it been adjusting to playing a lot more of these enchanter pairings, playing a lot more for the 2v2? What's your whole take on it? Because I always like, talking to AD carries to see how they feel about this meta compared to how different it was in 2025.
I think from a bot lane perspective, it's more fun. I think there's more small angles to kind of push for an advantage when you do play quadruple range bot matchups. Whereas, yeah, if you're playing melee supports versus melee supports, a lot of the time you're kind of just looking for one hook angle that can completely one-shot someone, playing more, I guess, with the team and coordinating team plays, which is obviously that's fun too. But I think playing, this enchanter meta, it's really fun because whoever has better hands is generally coming out on top. So I'm enjoying it so far.
All right, yeah, I like that. You confidence. You feel like you and your bottom lane duo have the better hands. Get the lead, never look back. I like that. I like to hear that from you, Levitate. I want to talk, before I let you get out of here, a little bit more big picture for a second here, since we got you in one of these interviews. Talk to me about what your kind of mindset is looking on the whole year in NACL, what your goals are. I know summer split is kind of the big thing for a lot of the teams, a lot of players, but what are you looking to improve on? What are your end goals looking like here for 2026 as a tier 2 NACL player?
For me personally, I just want to be able to put up more consistent performances. I think a big goal of mine, I guess right now, is to be able to play as confidently and be as dominant as I am in scrims. I feel like my performances, and maybe even as a team too, but on a personal level, is not representing what I'm doing in scrims. So hopefully I can kind of approach these matches with a more aggressive mindset. And I guess the big picture always for me has been to make LCS. I think maybe I've been off the radar for this past year or so, but hopefully I can make my name known again and fight for a spot going into 2027.
Well, Levitate, I mean, if it means anything, you put together some great performances today, both on the Silver and Misfortune. I know I've seen you grinding nonstop on the solo queue whenever you guys aren't in scrims. So you're definitely grinding. Keep putting that work forward, my friend. I believe in you wholeheartedly. Before we let you get out of here, though, always want to give the last word to you. You have any shout outs? You have any message you want to give to the people here before we close things on down?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my teammates and my coach and the staff behind SN. I mean, we haven't had that many scrims, but we've been working hard to trying to make the most out of what we have. Yeah, we had good mental, I think, so far thus, and we're going to continue to get better. Shout out to the Korean word of the day, which is Yonggi. That was our word of the day, sponsored by Shochi. It means courage. So, and I think we played with some courage today, and I like that out of our team. And also want to give a shout out to my brother who's watching, I think, and all my close friends, and yeah, just everyone supporting me. Thank you so much.
Love to hear it, Levitate. You guys definitely showed some courage today, especially showed you how you're able to play. Congratulations again, my friend, on the 2-0 win over the Golden Eagles. We will now say goodbye to Levitate here. Let him go celebrate, and I will bring back in my co-caster in Beatdown. So I'm, like you are, not alone here as the only caster. So congratulations there to Levitate. Really insightful answers, I felt like, from him and his mindset here going into 2026.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, I think Levitate, has been a pretty solid player. I think he showed a lot of growth last year as well. Was in that most improved conversation. I'm pretty sure he won in summer, but I'm going to have to double check that one. I think overall, like to hear that he is still on that, focus on improving, aiming for LCS as so many players in this league are. And it's always nice to hear. Always nice to hear.
Nice indeed, but we got to keep the show rolling, Beat Down, as we are already getting set for our next matchup on tap. Citadel taking on Dorado Gaming. And I'm gonna let you take the reins here, Beat Down, because I know we've got the Citadel head coach locked and loaded to talk to you. And there's a fun conversation to be had about what we're gonna see from Citadel here today.
Yeah, we'll get to that one.
Oh,
I'll see you in a little bit. Try not to miss me too much, Slayer.
I'll try, but I might struggle. I'll be honest with you.
We'll do your best. Let's bring over Colomer, coach of Citadel Gaming. Can I get a whoosh? And there it is. Hello, Colomer. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking the time. What's up, Brandon? How are you? It's been too long.
We played games yesterday. What do you mean it's been too long, bro?
It's not important. It's not the same. Anyways, thank you for taking the time. Slayer had already kind of hinted at it. We have a lot to talk about today with the role swap that's coming through. For those who don't know, Bradley and Asyla are switching. Asyla to top, Bradley to mid. So I think first question immediately, Brandon, is what motivated that decision specifically?
Yeah, I think we talked as a team, and we feel like right now we can do pretty well in NACL. Like, we feel like we can make playoffs as is, and in CLO we can do pretty well. But we have time before, end of playoffs and then CLO playoffs really starts to kind of test and try new things. My players are really flexible in terms of like what they're capable of doing and what their strengths are. So, we have a few weeks left of NACL regular season, and this is something that we had talked about since the roster started, of that we have the flexibility between those two and their roles. And then we also have other options too, where Keel is on staff with us, but he can also play jungle and support and all these things. So we're just trying to see different versions of the roster, see what our strengths and weaknesses are, and what version and what skills are we going to rely on really to help us reach our goals by the end of the year.
Yeah, and part of it is that, you guys have some time. It's still early for CLOL. It's still early for NACL. So you kind of want to figure out what works best, right, before we get too far into any season. Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, right, like, I know that we're playing for Citadel, but we also have collegiate goals. And, one of the biggest goals that we have is winning a collegiate national championship. And, against teams like Maryville and Winthrop, you have to have a high ceiling and you need to be really consistent. And, we're just trying to find out what version of, what style, what way of playing the game with the players that we have available is going to help us do that.
So I'm curious, you talked about the flexibility, the fact that the Asyla Bradley swap was like already talked about at the beginning of the split, internally. So I'm curious, has there any real, has Asyla played top at all? Like, even in scrims practice? No?
No, I mean...
yeah, I just had to know.
No, I mean, so Asyla's played a bit of top lane. Like, he's talented enough that, obviously, we're confident. And I would assume that some people are like, oh, it's against Dorado and they haven't won a game yet. But, Dorado's a good team. They took games off Energy and Blue. This isn't us being we're just going to walk on over them by any means. We wouldn't make this change if we didn't think it was going to help lead us to a 2-0 today. But... no, I mean, mid and top lane I think are somewhat transferable roles. They're not it's not the easiest, especially at an NACL level. But Bradley and Amin do one-on-ones pretty consistently. Amin plays top lane off role pretty consistently. We did some scrims and it went totally fine. As a team, we were a lot more cohesive and we did a lot more of the things we wanted to be doing. So we feel like it's worth the risk, and I have faith in Asyla and Bradley that they'll both do fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious too, speaking on, you have Bradley, who has made this exact transition before, and of course Stray, who was a top laner for quite a lot of time. Do you think that helps with the transition? You have two people experienced in this swap and helping Asyla kind of walk through these early growing pains?
Yeah, I think it definitely helps out Bradley, because again, he literally did it when he joined Team Liquid, because he was originally a mid when I was originally working with him 4 years ago, and when he got to NACL for the first time with Team Liquid, he went to top lane. So that definitely helps. We have the resources and we have other players that are NACL level top laners that can help him practice and stuff like that. And it also, I think the team is just very down to try things. I think that we're very not rigid when it comes to trying new ideas, even if they might seem far-fetched. I know a lot of teams mid-season probably going to be a playoff team. Like you're not really willing to make that big of a change, but I think the guys are totally down for it, and I think that really helps is that everyone has a good attitude about these things.
All right, fair. Last question on the subject. I promise. I'm curious though about Asila and how. I mean, obviously, I'm sure he is, excited for this kind of swap. But I'm curious how him and you guys are thinking about, like, if this doesn't really work out the way you're hoping, is there a chance for a swap back?
Oh yeah.
Are you still keeping options open?
Oh, I mean, realistically, like we can swap different stuff in between. Even not even the series, right? Like if something happens game 1 and the champions that get picked and whatnot, we can definitely switch things for game 2. We might even switch players in or out for subs on game 2, right? So. It's definitely like a flexible thing. It's not like, oh, this is how it's going to be now. Again, it's just us trying to get stage games with different versions of the roster and different like skill sets and just kind of seeing what happens and being able to have real data, like look back at it after the fact and say, okay, we think this is good or bad.
All right, fair enough. It is exciting to see. I hope it works out for you guys. I want to ask you really quick because we're running out of time, but you kind of highlighted it. Years ago, you coached Bradley back when his name was Freeze on Bethany. And now you guys are reunited, I think, for the first time since then. What's it feel like to be back with him? And also, how does it seem? Like, I'm sure you guys have interacted in the time, but, does he seem that much different? Is he much better as a player now? Like, compare him from then until now.
Yeah, I think back then he was he was like very much like the full like D-Gen, like I want to go pro LCS someday player. So, dealing with him in terms of having like a lot of structure was really different. And I also think I was a lot more immature as a coach back then. Like I just wanted like, I've got like a good collegiate placement, so I thought I was the shit and had a big ego. I think now the thing that I was really happy, like after working with Bradley again for a few months, is like how much he's grown as a person. Like back before, like Bradley was by far the best player on the team that I coached, and he never really like stepped up into that like team lead role. But like on this team, like he is very much like he holds his teammates accountable. He's there on time for the most part. But he's willing to go above and beyond and like really be like a mature leader, which is not something I ever thought I would say about that guy. But no, it's been great just getting to get to work with him again. And I think this time around, like we're both very different people. And it's been a great experience. I'm happy I could work with him again.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. I'm excited to see you guys grow alongside each other. And now that your paths have crossed again. Well, Brandon, really appreciate you taking the time answering these questions, especially about this exciting role swap you have for us today. But we're going to let you go now, get through the rest of our pre-show. Good luck for the match. And I'll probably see you on Discord soon, man. Take it easy.
We'll run ARAMs later. Thanks, buddy.
Yes. Later, bro. And Slayer's back.
Am I invited to ARAMs, man? Am I?
Of course, bro. We were talking in the group chat about playing as fives. You were there.
I was there. I just want to make sure I was included. No, I really like that last question you asked, Collimer, about like, having coached a player for so long, back looking in the past. The fun part about this matchup as we get set for this is, Alaxio, the assistant coach, he put out a cool tweet. He said today, he used to coach rosters with, looking to the Dorado side, with Redemption, with Hub, with Adam. So like this is fun for him to go against players that he used to coach in tier 3.
Griffin too, right?
I think so. Yeah. So
I was looking at his Liquipedia earlier, and he also coached on Dorado. So it's starting to look like Citadel just yoinked the coaching staff from last split.
Smart play, honestly. Dorado got up to tier 2, so something, they had to have some set of good coaches. Let's introduce the roster, though, of course, that they are now a part of coaching and playing for, if we talk about Griffin here, with the swap officially locked in there. Asila, the top laner, starts today, beat down.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Collimer talked to me about it a little bit, as you guys all heard. Not much experience in the role, but has scrimmed in the role a couple of times. And of course, you do have some experience to draw on in Bradley, who was a mid laner who swapped top, and Stray, who was a top laner for a number of years as well. So hope that eases the transition. Collimer does say it isn't disrespect towards Dorado Gaming. It's just the fact that they think this will lead. This is the best path for them to get a 2-0 and the best path for the team going forward. So we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm really glad that he kind of laid down that respect to Dorado conversation, because I do think, I would have said very similar things. Like they took a game off of, the NRG that just took down Maryville. I thought Lojez had a pretty phenomenal performance in that game as well. Like Dorado, they have flashes beat down. They can show at points that they belong here in the NACL. to compete, and that's what we want to see them promisingly build on going into this Citadel lineup, as the Citadel matchup. Let's show the lineup, of course, for Dorado Gaming really quickly as we start to talk about, succinctly putting together more games to show that they can, maybe actually take a series finally here in the NACL.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they took a game off NRG. That is no small feat. Not at all whatsoever.
Few teams have done
There's
it.
definitely flashes again of brilliance, as you pointed out. I think, we look to Low Jazz, who's had some pretty good performances. I think even when he first debuted in the league with Blue Otter, there were some things to enjoy about his gameplay. I think Hub, when he joined as well on Polestar, had some bright spots to top it all off. And I think Redemption is an interesting one. Rookie support coming into the league has been all right so far. And I think really the kind of pattern of what I'm saying is that top to bottom, these teams, these players, they've had some highs and they've had some lows. We want to see more of the highs.
We want to see more of the highs today here. And, well, especially in our face-to-face matchup, as we've mentioned Low Jazz, both of us for the Dorado side. We talked about Griffin, of course, earlier. And that will make our face-to-face matchup in the jungle here for this Citadel Dorado Gaming matchup. I have really been impressed by how Griffin has been able to pilot a lot of these early games. Citadel, even, outside of the swap coming across, even when they, lost the early series of the season, I thought Griffin was such a great driving force at the early game. One of the best early game jugglers I think we've seen so far in the NACL's young spring split here. So glad that we're shouting out Griffin, putting him on a pedestal here in this matchup against Low Jets.
I don't know why. The way you say that is so funny, as if it wasn't up to us. Who was getting shouted out in the pre-show. I'm so glad the broadcast gods decided to shout out Griffin. I had no input whatsoever.
Zero.
You see screenshots of the chat. We're talking about Griffin, guys.
I really want to talk about Griffin. Literal message from Slayer. But hey, look at these numbers. It's hard to argue against me, isn't it?
Yeah. I completely agree with you. Just the fact that I think Griffin, definitely a player with a long history in Tier 2 as a jungler. Of course, switching to coaching for a little while on a couple of teams and now coming back to playing. Very interesting, too, to see the kind of perspective you can get from doing that. Seeing that game from the coaching perspective and then coming back to especially a role like jungle where, planning, a lot of thought, care needs to go into a lot of the decisions that you're making, and it seems like Griffin has really used that experience pretty well because versus joining Citadel, he has looked very good.
Yeah, I would argue that, it's like the sports analogy when it comes to basketball. People always talk about the coach on the court, what role plays that. It's always everyone likes to talk about the point guard, right? The point guard is the extension of the coach onto the court. Well, in League of Legends, I would say the extension of the coaching staff onto the Rift is usually through jungle. So I'm glad you highlighted the fact that having a guy who used to coach in the jungle makes a ton of sense here for Citadel. We are soon to get into that Game 1 draft, ladies and gentlemen. That will be coming soon here to kick off our final series of the day. But I kind of want to go back to a little bit of a conversation to beat down before we get there about the impact of standings. Because every week we get in, the bigger, these matches mean for the standings. And Citadel, have that one series win. Dorado's still looking for that first series win. If Dorado can come up on top here, it really starts to accentuate the conversations of that, bottom 4 spots that these teams currently are slated into.
Yeah, and also those top teams as well, because what we were saying before that first series started, and when we were looking at both matches as a whole for the day, was just the fact that, Citadel, and earlier on into the day Supernova, there's kind of this expectation if you're a team in that top 6, how you guarantee yourself a spot in playoffs and how you even fight for hiding is, whether or not you win these matches that on paper you absolutely should be winning. So Dorado Gaming being able to take this win, I don't think it would knock Citadel out of playoffs per se, but
no,
it would definitely hurt their chances, and big shots to the confidence too, because going in on paper, money's on Citadel.
Money is definitely on Citadel here. I know we ran the predictions graphic earlier, but of the predictions we had up on the screen, if you missed it, it was did get worse. Is switching his pick to Dorado. I want that known. He is backing Dorado in the series. He said it in a place where I can take the quote as proof he said it, so I'm saying it on air. Sorry, Cubby.
You know what? I accept that logic, and I find no flaws in it. Well played, Leo. Well played. There you go. Cubby has changed his mind. Now I'm not the only one who went against the grain today. So this is good. I like this a lot.
How did that
No
cash in
personal
for you, though,
reasons
last
whatsoever.
series? Just curious,
It didn't.
Oh,
funny enough.
my bad.
You were also there.
Oh, I was. You're right. You're right.
You were. Yeah, we were casting. I was there. So were you. Good times.
I like to see, I'm glad we're showing, I always like to see the player cams, but it really locks in the fact that we've shown the mid lane of our two players in the top lane. Because again, if you missed it, this is the matchup, right? You saw Bradley and Adam. If you join late, you're like, oh, wait, that's top lane versus mid lane. Nope. This is it. And we get a look at Syla taking on Decoy in this one. Don't have word just yet on when draft will come across. Actually, we should be getting into it decently shortly. Which allows us time to talk about, what we expect from this draft. Because I do think Dorado are a fun team to kind of look at draft-wise. Of course, everyone knows, remember the Blue Otter game win we mentioned earlier? They got it mainly because Adam shows out on this Vayne mid pick. He has been playing a lot more AD threats in the mid lane compared to most of our mid laners. How do you see any of that, classic Dorado-esque draft coming through here in this first game, especially knowing the different lane assignments they're going up against?
I think they gotta respect it. You gotta account for things like that. I mean, I remember messaging Samikin actually after that Blue Otter match, being like, "Hey man, so talk to me about that draft." And he's like, "Yeah, I can't lie. We didn't think Adam had Vayne in him." And I'm like, "You know what? Fair enough. Before that series, I didn't think he had it in him either. So that's actually perfectly understandable." But now that Samikin and the rest of Blue Water were that sacrifice, you can see Citadel have that information and can plan accordingly. But on that notion of picks too, I mean, you actually mentioned it, and I think it was a good point, Leo, that before the broadcast, that Syla, when we look at his champion picks, not many of them are necessarily conducive to top lane, at least from what we've seen. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to be drafting for him on the side of Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, it's a fun convo I'm excited to have with you once we start seeing champions fly, because we already had Citadel kind of leaning into Bradley's mid lane tendencies, being like, all right, man, we're going to let you play the Cassio top. We're going to let you go Akali top here, try and smash some lane matchups. In case the people aren't necessarily too in the know with Syla, he's got Akali in his bag too, man. So we might actually see some similar Citadel drafts, even though they have different players in different lanes. I'm curious to see if they will lean into Syla's mid lane pool, or if they'll do the kind of funny but unfortunate thing for a Syla where they're just like, hey man, Scion's up. Like, just don't lose too hard up there.
Yeah, but what if they ban Scion?
Oh boy, all right. This is why I'm not in the room beat down drafted, okay? I'm just here to say who they pick. I'm not here to make the decisions for a good reason.
Yeah, fair enough. That's why we comment and we don't coach. It's so much easier to talk about other people's decisions than have to make the decisions.
Exactly. So hopefully we jump into this game 2 draft soon, because I am really excited to see how these solo lanes operate. I'm also glad that we have Mr. Redemption up on the screen here, because while we do have about half as many rookies as we did spring split start of 2025 about a year ago, the few that we do have had their moments to shine. More so guys like, I think Fiji obviously was a very big player in CCG's hot start with his special style of play with the cinch top getting a win. But I will hold true that Redemption, I've really liked his map play, and I think he has had some pretty good Bard games. So I'm hoping to see him maybe get another Bard here to be able to really accentuate a Dorado early game.
Sure. I think that could work out pretty nicely. I'm really interested to see what these priorities are going to be for these players. Again, we were kind of talking about it top of show. Our second, I think our maybe third week on this patch. I don't remember. Point is, more time to practice, more time to play stage games. Maybe we see a little flexibility. Some of the picks that we can expect to come through. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but maybe this is the game. I mean, Colomer, a little bit of a chef when it comes to drafting, for better or worse. So maybe he could show us something fun.
Oh yeah, here's the warm up. Yep, get the shoulders loose, get the arms loose. Make sure to protect your wrist. Get rid of that carpal tunnel threat. I like to see it. We're getting warmed up for our game as we are in the draft. And we are very excited to see how Citadel play out this blue side. They have first selection. It is a traditional draft, so you got your traditional B1, your R1-2 counter pick. So beat down as we start going through these bans. Tell me what's going through your mind.
What I was wondering if Asila was going to play Rumble, but instead, Rumble is going to get banned. I know that's a big one for Decoy, so it makes sense. I think maybe they are just going to go that tank route for Asila. I'm starting to wonder if I see a Gwen ban on B3.
Oh,
I
then
think
we
it's just
know.
going to be a first pick Silent.
Yeah, then we know. That's a lot of investment here towards the top side in bans, and I'm going to continue to exhaust the 2v2 conversation of bottom lane. There are still, well, as of right now, every premier pairing that I think about is dominating 2v2 lanes up and available. We'll see if a Karma ban comes out. That was the most popular B1 we've had so far in the NACL for a while now. Is that going to be banned away from Dorado? Ashe and Seraphine, maybe one gets picked to lock in the duo. There's a lot left up in the bottom lane here as we start to run thin on bans remaining. Oh, and looks like Citadel missed
They
a ban.
ran out of time. Ooh, it's tough.
So they just soak that,
Not a
don't
great
they?
start.
Ooh.
I have a feeling they soak that, or it's a visual bug. We'll get word either way shortly, I'm sure. But in a way, there's a bit of lack of information. You know, it's one less ban. Doesn't give an inkling for what Citadel might be going for. At the end of the day, though, Dorado going to ban the Seraphine.
Not the Karma.
Yeah, I think it's fine because, you know, Citadel only have one pick. So, you know, if they grab Karma or Ezreal, Dorado Gaming have that chance to break up the combo. I like that they went for the Ezreal first instead. Array is great on the champion. You can pair it with anything, as you have pointed out very wisely, Leo. So there you go.
Yeah, I actually I'm glad you pointed that out. I love the Ezreal first because now you're saying, all right, do you want to take the Karma and get a suboptimal Karma pairing? Or do you take the Bard because you don't want us to get Bard and you like Redemption on the Bard and will happily, I assume, Stray will take the Bard. So Dorado will take the Karma, and now we get to play the fun game of what pairing works with this Karma. I immediately think Caitlyn beat down because it still allows a ton of lane pressure with those two paired together.
Probably, but I'm kind of curious to see if we see a jungle for Lojaz first. Marksman's already picked up for Citadel. It could give you an opportunity with Pantheon ban to maybe grab Xin for yourself. If they want to go that route, Karma Xin, very nice together. Or Nocturne also works as well.
Oriana's still up.
Looking for Lojaz. A big fan. Big fan.
So the Nocturne comes across for a Lojaz. Oriana's still up there and floating around for either one of these junglers to try and pair with as well. Definitely, you know, as with Bradley slotted back in the mid lane, guys got a pretty deep pool of control mages. And Oriana will be one of those. Bard comes through here for Stray. So this is a strategy I think is so well executed with Array teams. I think Array is one of the best laners at not necessarily being punished when he's left to the weak side. And he's on that Ezreal. We feel safety within that champion. Oriana comes through here for Bradley. So what does Dorado want to do? Do they want to get the Caitlyn here now? Is there a mid laner that they'd rather pair with Lojaz? Or are we going a completely different direction?
I kind of like this one just because already with Karma, and in a way Nocturne, when ult isn't up, so he has Spell Shield, you do have that risk of, you know, getting hit by that Tempered Fate. So someone with a Spell Shield and that 80 carry role I think is going to work out for you pretty nicely. And if that, in that case, you just want to pick something that can at least do something about that Tempered Fate, instead of picking a marksman who's just going to get owned.
Move into the ban phase, though, beat down, and I like this approach here from Dorado. Let's cut down on Griffin. Great Oriana pairings. J4, prime example. Maybe a Wukong ban might be the next one to come here. Vi or Wukong is what I'm thinking if you want to just get rid of nice pairings with this Oriana. That's a really premier pick, I want to say. We kind of skipped over for a second that Citadel were able to grab Oriana this late into a draft. You do rarely see that come together.
Yeah, it is interesting too, Oriana. Not a great win rate as a champion at the moment. Still very good though, I promise, guys. Curious to see the pairing that Griffin is going to be getting though, because they left their jungle pick to that second rotation. You lost J4, you lost Xin.
Oh, I forgot about Xin. Good call.
So now we're going to probably be looking for something like the Wukong. I feel like it's just the only available option for Griffin. It's the next best thing.
I do not go Vi. I know, like, Vi Oriana's not normally a pairing, but, like, it's still like, oh, look, Season Desist, deliver the Shockwave into a Silverman. Do not do that. So.
No. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Don't worry.
All right, well, we see the best Vi pairing in the game, even though there's already a Nocturne. Ahri comes through here. So Adam will lock in the Ahri here. No Adam Marksman mid shenanigans just yet. No AD mids picked out of Adam just yet. Putting the Ahri down to pair with this Nocturne. A lot of good map pressure here. The Spirit Rush can cut down, gap close, and you have the Paranoia to try and overload onto maybe a side laning Orianna.
Yeah, plus you have that ability to kind of move in a bit with your Nocturne and follow up. So, not a traditional pairing, but a pairing nonetheless. And it's definitely a favored champion of Adam as well. Played it a lot last year on Polestar. Some of his best performances and that split were on this champion. It's nice to see that one come through. No way. No, it's a hover. I can't fall for a hover.
No.
The Scion pick, though.
It's not a hover.
It's real. Somebody call Mark.
Oh, my God. Griffin locking in the Lee Sin with the last pick for Citadel.
Yo, I respect that.
If there's ever a champion to just lock in and say, nah, I'm better, I mean, in the jungle, I don't think it gets much better than this.
Yes, I agree. It's going to be fun because it's nice because, yeah, you do have that early game power. You, of course, have the skill expression that Griffin, is clearly capable of. I think the other thing that works about this is that, we're not really working with a lot of damage here from Citadel. And while you built Bruiser as Lee Sin, at least that is still a damage threat that Dorado Gaming have to worry about, especially with no actual tank on their side as well. So if Griffin plays this one out nicely, basically the plan here for him to kind of be that early game bridge for his team, as an analogy that I'm co-opting from you, Leo.
Whoa, the reverse. You're co-opted from me now?
How does it feel? Just tell me right now.
Feels pretty cool, actually. I'm enjoying the collaboration.
Really?
Yeah, I like collaborating with you, man.
God, your attitude is so positive. What can I do with that?
You know what I'm not necessarily positive about right now, deep down?
What's that?
Bradley's ability to survive in this game state. Look at that top side from Dorado. Good luck, Bradley. You are the prime target of all that gap closing.
Yeah, I think it's very accurate. So again, that small win for Citadel is that you have a good front line with the Scion. Griffin and Bradley, I think this combo can be pretty strong, but if you fall behind, you're going to run into so many problems. We've seen what Sivir can do in the late game. He's kindly demonstrated to us in Series 1 by Levitate. Mbessa is going to be a really good dive threat as well, so the top side of Dorado Gaming, they're going to be looking for Bradley and Array. Their positioning, it's going to be everything in this game.
It is, once again, another very valuable game to be the team with Ezreal. Because as much as I talked about Bradley, it's like, oh, Bradley, unfortunately, you're the target. It's partly because your AD carry got Lee Sin, and I will once again state, Nocturne ulting an Ezreal could be very tricky. It's a little bit easier with the fact now that you have Adam, if you're there with him, or you're playing with Decoy, that they can also be a threat on that Ezreal, but it's just really hard to make dive comps work into this AD carry. And like you mentioned, one of the most proficient AD carries we know Array for here in this one. Does make for an interesting bottom lane, though, right? Because Sivir is, supposed to be kind of weak in the early phases. But since you have the Karma and you're into the Bard, the Ezreal, it's not as potent of a lane threat as we normally would see.
Yeah, and especially given that Stray, is going to feel that call to the void and leave his AD carry to do what Bard does best. I'd imagine that Array's going to be spending a good amount of time on his own anyway. This is a player who, we've seen him for years in this space. He's been very competent. I'm sure he can handle that. And I think it's important, too, for Stray to get active, whether or not he's playing on the Bard. Because, again, a lot of pressure's on Griffin in this early game. Really important for him to find these leads to bridge his teammates into a strong position where they can basically get to a win before Dorado Gaming become too strong.
Ethan, are we mandating that we see Griffin gank before Low Jazz gets level 6? I feel like that needs to be mandated for this Lee Sin pick to get value early. Because that's the window, man. That's the window where this Lee Sin will have more effectiveness on the map, in my opinion, than Low Jazz's Nocturne.
Yeah. I think that's very reasonable. Basically every level before 6, Griffin is going to have that impact. So I think calling it a mandate is absolutely accurate.
pretty aggressive word, but I'm glad you're in agreement with me on that one.
I mean, I dare call it an Imperial mandate.
Oh.
There you go.
You
I
know,
said it.
We're starting to get
From
that.
the Empire of Slayer.
We're starting to get that, psychedelic synergy there. Because I was trying to set you up for an Imperial mandate, so I'm glad you knocked that one down.
Wow, dude. He knows. There you go.
Yeah, knowers know. We all know that we are on to the Rift. Nonetheless, familiar battle arena we all play on. And, well, we also burn flashes on. If you're a Ray, good level 1 there from Hub and Redemption.
There it is. Already the poke war has begun. Low Jazz also getting poked out a little bit too. There you go. Eyes on Griffin. Lee Sin. First Lee Sin of the split, unless I'm having my 3rd stroke of the day. If you know, you know. And we're going to see if he's going to be able to actually find that impact. Again, level 6, of course, so impactful for this champion, but those early levels, being able to use that movement, use that early base damage you have, to try and get your team ahead. It's always been the name of the game for Lee Sin.
I talked about, oh my god, hold on, Array. This is the power level 1 Ezreal, by the way. You stack up that passive. Your Bard hits stuns on the supports through the minion wave. You can really layer a lot of Qs and auto attacks in with that attack speed buff. So Array able to get some revenge on Redemption and Hub for claiming his flash early. They take over to level 2 as well. Hub, though, pretty topped off thanks to the Redemption shields to make everything safe and sound. The funny thing I was going to talk about, I talked about my Ultimate Chicken game earlier, Beatdown, where both top laners have one of them ults, the other one has to ult, but nobody dies. Same thing with level 1 heal out of supports. You see it all the time is Griffin. We wanted this, a level 3 gank early. It's Redemption's flash. Hub can just walk it out, but we wanted to see this from Griffin early and often, and he has met the quota to get a flash, at least so far.
Wow, I like this too. Going for this sort of cross map here where he's going to try and invade. And I mean, he has that power again. Griffin, check the bush.
He's got the Bard with him.
Guys,
got a Ray
guys,
too.
Guys.
Low Jazz?
No way,
Low Jazz smite it.
Okay, thank
straight
God,
spots him out. Stuns him away. Stuns him against the wall just as Griffin smites away his blue buff. They've got Karma here. Topped off, Redemption fully healthy, full mana. Hub trying to chase down as well. Can they get the slow stacking? Array Arcane shifts, but the bird comes across. Redemption somehow gets the kill. Low Jazz traded out there by Griffin, though. First blood to Dorado. But they get the kill back from Citadel on a much more valuable targeting Griffin, who is now looking to right back go towards mid lane. Slow on to Adam means he has to flash, and Griffin is all over this early game on the Lee Sin.
Really sad for Citadel that Array ends up going down there, but you called it 1-for-1 and a kill on Lee Sin. We'll call it worth, especially because Redemption is the one who got that kill on the Karma. So, it's a very tentative worth for Citadel so far. Even though it didn't work out perfectly the way they hoped, this is what they got to be doing. I like that they tried to force this invade. At the end of the day, you got Redemption to flash, and you wanted to try and turn that into a kill, but because Griffin spent a little too much time on the map, he unfortunately loses those respawned Raptor camps, and he has to go get his level 1 camps on the top side of the map. So Low Jazz, despite losing his blue buff, not at all worse for wear. In the road to level 6 that Nocturne loves to go on.
Yep, the pivotal point for a Nocturne's game. Do want to call out, though, Griffin on that back. Goes with the Dirk Rush. I'm so Sundered Sky pilled that I am refreshed to see this Dirk. How much damage is Griffin about to put in this Lee Sin? We're about to get an example here.
I mean, it's gonna be stupid.
All right. Well, let's see the Dirk power here. Griffin is walking it down. He's gonna ward hop right on top of Low Jazz, try and set up the Sonic Wave. Not gonna commit any further, but he's like, yeah, bro, you can't compete with my serrated Dirk, so I'm going to steal more of your camps away. There's nothing you can do about it, Low Jazz. Now you're behind, getting towards that level 6.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the Dirk's going to be so good.
The portal from Stray. Adam is flashless. Charm's going to land. He's trying to dip dodge away from the Sonic Wave, but the Resonating Strike comes through nonetheless, and Bradley gets the kill on for Citadel.
Yeah, this is what it is, man. Constant activity from the Lee Sin. Constant pressure into the jungle of Low Jazz. Yeah, he should be. That Dirk is already doing so much work. And now, in Low Jazz, he needs an escort to do his own gromps, man. How does that feel as a jungler? Terrible.
It does not feel good, nonetheless. The power of the Dirk. I'm running. I want to run with it. Call Griffin the 2011 Mavericks, the way they're just running away with the Dirk. in this one to try and try and push this lead even further. Baldors will know. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Ultimate Chicken.
Literally.
Decoy uses his. And now it's time for Sila to look for it. Good flash from Decoy to get away from the unstoppable onslaught. He'll have to flash away from Decoy, who gets a refresh on his bajillion dashes. Resonating Strike not going to land there, or Decimating Smash nonetheless. But that's Ultimate Chicken for you right there, Beatdown.
I like it. Sila's first game in top lane. Nice little volley. It's a player like Decoy who's definitely seen his fair share of play. And especially with Griffin nearby. Remember, no flash.
Ward hop.
Oh, yeah.
Can he hit the Sonic Wave? The slow didn't land there from Sila. Griffin biding his time and will connect the Q and find another kill here. 2-0 out on his Lee Sin, and this snowball has left this nation.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, especially with all this gold he's getting, what he's going to be building. I'm looking up Lee Sin jungle builds. The third most popular build is the Profane Hydra.
Ooh.
So it could be what he's building towards. And I mean, it's going to do a hell of a lot of damage. And then, you know, back to what you're comfortable with, it will be that Sundered Sky after if he's going for that particular build.
Oh, okay. Bradley can jump down, though, by the Spirit Rush. Adam is out of mana going for this entire play. So,
oh, my God, yeah.
You can't really throw down a Charm. Q for more damage. And Bradley returns a double Shockwave just to let Adam and Redemption know this is his mid lane dominance.
Yeah, it's a good look. Man, I love it. Again, Citadel, like, this is the strategy. Keep up the pressure. Griffin's now level 6, has access to that Dragon's Rage. And Low Jazz, he's still level 5. He's still not farming the camps he wants to be farming. And I think, honestly, this is the first time this split I've seen a team adequately pressure a Nocturne in the early game. So good stuff from Citadel.
Very impressive from Citadel. And just, you know, as much as the talking of the town around Citadel was, of course, going to be a Sila on the top side, Bradley back in the mid lane. It's cool to see that despite this, Griffin is still playing with that confidence he really has shown since returning as a player. Has been one of the more impressive junglers, albeit in a pretty stacked jungle pool of the NACL, I will say. I would say jungle is far and away, to me, the strongest role we still have in this league. Or at least top-heavy wise. The top side of it, like the tippity top of our players, I think are... Ooh.
No, I hesitate because... I don't know. It's like an object permanence thing with me. Every time we talk about, you know, best anything in the league when it comes to players, I got to pull up, like, Liquipedia. Just have everything in front of me. So I'll take your word on it from now, but with a big asterisk. My big asterisk is that if Slayer is wrong, I will denounce him and say I never believed in him.
Plausible deniability. I respect the game. You know what? I respect it.
Yeah, you know what it is. Yo, Ball knows this guy. That's all I'm going to say.
Dragon, once again, being ignored through an early phase of our NACL game.
Overrated.
Yeah, it's helping that campaign of yours against these Dragon stackings. We have the grubs up as well. Okay, sorry, I used a campaign in with agenda. My bad. I forgot. I forgot those are more pointed words.
Yeah, that's funny. Actually, really funny. But it's okay, because the campaign is over. Low Jazz is, he's getting the first dragon.
On top of a ward nonetheless, which does mean that Griffin can just say, all right, I'll make the grubs trade here. So this will be a classic trade of objectives nonetheless. Low Jazz first dragon.
Yes.
And Griffin will grab those first 3 grubs. Decoy, though, will have to be a bit more careful on this push. I would think once he sees the grubs drop. Asila does have TP back up here, so I assume he'll TP right back up, or we'll go for a lane swap. Okay, Citadel.
TP right back up to the bottom lane. So you were actually correct, Slayer. It's okay. It's okay.
Thanks for the cover beatdown.
I got you, bro. That's what we do out here. And it's gonna be that instant swap that we've seen.
Quests be damned.
Teams do. Quests be damned. Yeah. We see teams do it. We've seen teams do it from time to time. There's that opportunity for some easy plates. Yeah, nobody is going to be working towards their lane quests, of course. But, you know, it's just a temporary reprieve. They're going to get there anyway.
What we rarely have seen, though, in these swaps, I again want to say CTG did this a lot with Fiji because, again, weak side tank strategy. Not a lot of teams have been able to match it very well. Dorado are going to opt for it. I think they did a good job. They moved their bottom lane up at the right time, and they had the TP on Decoy. So we go for the, as I like to call it, Australian lane assignments, where we're back down under, so we swap everybody around. Unless we double swap, and Silas like, no, Decoy, I refuse to lane into you.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh my god, we can see the swap response to the swap response responded to. We are! Decoy's going back top! He refuses to lane against anybody not named Asila.
I think I'm just getting flashbacks to lane swap last year where it's like the response to the response to the response to the response. And now it does mean, Asila is going to be able to get a wave crash. He does have ult as well, so if he wants to roam and look for something, that could be pretty exciting. I think, so it's not even the Profane Hydra, it's Hubris for Griffin. Dude is putting it all on the table from item 1.
Yeah,
you love to see it. Got to build up those stacks. And now that one's complete, again, his damage is going to be pretty insane. So it's been a couple quiet minutes from Citadel and Griffin especially. Oh, we need to turn up the music again.
Griffin's looking to do just that. He's got his hand on the dial. Moving into this bottom river. Lojaz is here, but he sticks the back.
He left.
Despite having the paranoia, he is running back towards this mid lane. A small window for Griffin to see if he can land the Sonic Wave. But just some error breezing next to Redemption's ear there on that one.
Yes. Raised his butt cheek, as now Griffin is going to be looking for a play elsewhere.
Now he's
looking for someone. Adam has ult, so I don't think we're really trying anything for real. I think he's just looking for Lojaz, to be honest. Trying to see if he can get some pressure on him. Lojaz has to smite the chicken.
Finally got his Raptors though. He hasn't had those for a while.
Which is good stuff.
Stray, nice tag. Bradley gonna shockwave a bit early. Adam gets the Spirit Rush through nonetheless. Charm to throw back out. Lojaz there to cover as well. So nice little look there from Stray, but will not be able to finish off that kill.
I really thought he had that timing. I'm kind of surprised.
Paranoia. Oh my god, Lojaz wants Griffin's number. He's getting him to flash away. Supports come over to try and help out their junglers. But Lojaz without Paranoia means Griffin wants to go back in with that Hubris. Gonna ward hop back as the public execution does land. Flash charm from Adam, grabs Griffin and cuts him down to size. Nice play from Adam. Straight with the portal, will flash back out to safety as True Shot Barrage comes in as the final bell. Our fight, unless the top laners want to start scrapping. Decoy testing Asila's health bar on the Scion. Decimating Smash, not gonna find its mark as TP will be coming across. This is Bradley entering the fray once more. Without that shockwave though, not able to threaten too much more, and we will just have that one pick play onto Griffin be the lone kill.
Yeah, and the great thing too for Dorado is that, I mean, they just have Hub on the bottom lane, just pushing, unencumbered, collecting plates, farming it up, and as Sivir, you don't get any happier than that. I think overall, things have been looking pretty good for Dorado Gaming. A lot of good early activity from Griffin. I think the fact that things have slowed down, combined with the fact that he just died in that play we just witnessed, means that Dorado Gaming are the ones on the upwards trajectory.
You know, the more we get into this game state, right, and Griffin's lead is very valuable, I will say, Sivir with Spell Shield.
My eyes are closed. I wasn't looking.
Is everything okay? Okay,
yeah, it's crazy. It's okay. We're good. Nothing happened.
Oh, okay, Decoy. You don't get to back.
I mean, I don't think they can kill him.
No, they definitely can't, especially since Bradley, for some reason, doesn't have ult anymore. So, don't know how that happened. There you go, Decoy's out. The point I wanted to make, though, really quickly about Griffin and this Lee Sin threat, Sivir and Ahri are two champions I do equate to be kind of hard to burst down, especially thanks to, hey, that spell shield that Hub just showed, and, of course, Adam having his ult up. So maybe that's partly why we've seen Griffin not necessarily be able to continue that torrential lead he had early, or it's because Lojaz is on the playmaking card now as he forces Asila to flash over the fat wall after a paranoia charge.
Yeah, nice find right after the dragon.
Decoy, oh my god, he's just deleting Bradley. Tempered Fate comes through. Bradley's gonna have to flash. Decoy can match with his own and finds virtually the solo bolo. In fact, it is the solo bolo onto Bradley in the side lane.
Oh no. The delayed back onto Decoy was good, but now he comes back with a very easily secured kill. All it took was his ult and his flash. It's tough now. It's seeming like the early game that was kind of going well for Citadel, and they were, working really hard to build, is slipping through their fingers. You're always going to have that burst damage that Griffin is working with. on, you know, the squishies of Dorado Gaming, which is basically the whole team. No one's really going to be building any armor outside of boots. But this only gets harder if Hub just continues to get stronger. That's really the problem they're facing right now. No one's touched Hub. He's 0-1. He's just been chilling.
Yeah, I mean, completed the coal, so you got that extra gold injection. Array also completing the coal markedly, but the good fortune of us having the same AD carry matchup in 2 different series means we once again can highlight, hey, we've seen what happens when a Sivir is pretty undisturbed of early mid-game and what that means for a late game in a pretty neutral game state. We'll see if Citadel can maybe try and sway that game state back towards their side as they're looking to get a bit cheeky with the brush, but Redemption sniffs out something amok. Nonetheless, he still face jacks and still meets the might of Griffin, who gets rid of him. TP coming from behind, though, as the execution will hit. Paranoia combo means double dash on top of Stray's head. Bradley has to use the shockwave on it too as Adam does hit the charm, and the Tempered Fate just sets Griffin up for his own demise. 2 kills in an instant for Dorado Gaming.
Nice try from Citadel, but Dorado turned it around beautifully. And again, this gold lead just continues to grow. Now Hub, finally part of another play, able to earn a kill as well, further accelerating this late game monster in the Sivir, looking poised to get their 2nd win of the day, their 4th win overall this split. Things looking really good for Dorado Gaming so far.
I really have liked, again, the shining point I feel like for Dorado is when they decide to make a play like that turn we just saw, everybody's on the same page, right? You saw Decoy layer the ultimate, Lojaz's Paranoia at the exact same time, Adam TP's in as they're calling for that play. These are the moments that we talk about when we say there are flashes that Dorado is better than this 0-3 series score that they're currently displaying.
Certainly. I mean, we saw it when they beat NRG in one of the games in their match. Now we're seeing it again here today. Just those flashes of brilliance that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, and in some of their earlier matches as well, with some of the good things that they showed us. Looking like this flash is turning to more of a bright light as they continue to turn this gold lead up into around 2,500.
Oh, hold on, though. Oh, I don't know about that shockwave timing. Bradley wanted in, Griffin wanted out, and that really nips this play in the butt for Citadel. They do get the shutdown, though, onto Lojaz. Array's starting to cook, but he has to flash himself over the wall to get away from Redemption and Hub. So it's 2 kills, or just a kill, excuse me, over to Citadel. Oh, no, it's 2 kills. I was wrong, beat down. Yeah. As Asila got ran down by Decoy in the bot side while that top side play was unfolding.
Ooh, yep, that did happen, which is brutal. And now, even though, again, it's tough, Citadel already getting to this point where they're going for plays that are looking kind of good. The gold is already not really on their side.
They're trying to dive at him. Oh, good flash away from the Q stun. Should at least kill off Stray, but no. Stray gets out to her range just in time, and Bradley gets a pretty coveted shutdown despite the shockwave woes of that last little skirmish.
It's 2 shutdowns now in 2 fights, so that's not nothing. Citadel pretty happy.
He's up 1.3K now, man.
Yeah, that's good. You know, Adam played that one honestly pretty well. Wasn't able to get anything back for it, and as long as Bradley lives to recall and nobody else dies, we'll call that a positive for Citadel Gaming. But something we really haven't acknowledged yet and need to talk about is the fact that we highlighted how important scaling is for Citadel. Dragon's coming up soon. Dorado have 2. Dorado Gaming, the team we say are scaling, have the first 2 Drakes. They're about to get their 3rd, and it's an Infernal Soul point. That's going to put Citadel in a very difficult position if they can't deny this Dragon, which, honestly, I don't see how they could.
Yeah, and the gloomy side of the bright burning early game from Griffin and his build path. Yeah, Edge of Night, Hubris, so much lethality, so much burst. As we get a little bit tankier on maybe our Ambessa, the shielding of Redemption gets higher in quality. This Lee Sin build really takes a nosedive. So we really still need to see Griffin look for these pick plays, try and find skirmishes when he can access his power point of these 2 items. But it's Dorado onto this 3rd Drake on their lonesome. Light's gonna go out as LoJazz looks for the turn with Adam. They charm up
Wow,
Griffin. It's
nice
again Adam
here.
sniping these charms to make the plays happen for Dorado. No Griffin, no jungle. That means Dorado are on to Infernal Soul point. Even if Decoy misses the public execution, his shielding is so high, his level difference so high that he backs both Stray and Bradley off any sort of skirmish coming off the back of that dragon.
Dorado get the catch out, they get the dragon, Hub gets the wave in. Everything is coming up Dorado Gaming here in this first game of the series. It's just such a good look from this team. A really refreshing look, even though we've seen hints of this possible potential for a little while now since some of these players have joined the league. But now it really feels like it's culminating here in this game one. Right now, Citadel Gaming, yeah, role swap coming through here. I was still Bradley, a very experienced mid laner, started his career in mid lane, and yet him and the rest of his team all coming up short this game so far.
Another precision play thanks to Phillips Norelco, one blade. We were hyping it up. This was that succinct turn that we love to see from Dorado. It's what really threw this game into their favor, and they've been rinse and repeating this exact strategy. LoJazz turns the lights off, Adam and Decoy get to run wild, and Citadel have no answer as of now.
No, Leo, they do not. Now we're getting to a big prey point here for the Ezreal. Romana is finished alongside that Trinity Force. So the Mystic shots will hurt, but everybody else hurts too on the side of Dorado Gaming. It's really hard for Array to free hit. These fights are so short, and he has to abandon them so quickly.
I'm wondering, is this like the most carefree game Decoy's played in a while competitively? I mean, he's playing the Ambessa into a guy that just roll swap top who got put on weak side Scion duty. And, well, I mean, he's made it count. He's been consistently up around 2,000 gold, constantly threatening Asylum in these side lanes. And how the rest of the map's been for Dorado, Griffin can't really afford to go down there. Instead, he's looking for a play onto LoJazz. There's the shockwave we were looking for from Bradley. LoJazz is down and out. Public excuse here from Decoy, though. The level 15 Ambessa is ripping through all of Citadel. Asylum gets the decimating fast double onslaught form to throw him off, but Decoy wants more. Flashing after Array. Arcane shot after shot does get Array back out, but that does mean they can just turn their attention in Dorado back towards the front line. Asylum having to flash over a wall. True shot barrage nearly takes down Adam on the backside. Citadel limp away a bit more worse for wear, but it's a 1-for-1 nonetheless as everyone goes their separate ways.
Yeah, big thing for me is that they did manage to get that kill onto LoJazz, but they got his flash out as well. That is something that they could potentially capitalize on if another opportunity presents itself. But yeah, you're hoping for a bigger payout of Citadel. In Dorado Gaming, again, like you said, they trade. They get this mid-tier 1 turret, so they're not... they still trade up in terms of gold. And the more gold they get, the better things feel, especially for Hub, who's working on his third item. I apologize. He past tense on his third item. It is complete.
And he got the IE too. That is a ton of damage. And I'm glad you went back to the hub point here is, all right, we're going to have to get rid of that topic. Topic now is Baron.
I mean, this is like not real. There's no way. Oh, okay, if the whole team is here, it's kind of real.
It's feeling more and more real by the second here.
No
Dorado,
TP on Decoy. They have to turn and fight, though. They have to turn and fight.
They're going to have to try and look to use this numbers advantage to pick off LoJazz, maybe Hub. Dorado come off, get to the off the Baron. Asylum's looking with an unstoppable onslaught. Gets the knockup on Redemption despite the flash. That's make Smash gonna hit onto 2. Asylum send him up, and Griffin knocking them down. Good Tempered Fate is able to stop off Decoy's dive. The shockwave though doesn't get enough value, and Hub finally gets to take center stage on his 3-item Sivir, ripping through anybody with the Citadel moniker. One more dash from Adam to do it. Ace to Dorado Gaming.
Ace and the Baron Slayer. Another big fight from Dorado Gaming, and now they are fully taking the reins of this game. This Baron is almost going to cement their chances of winning it out in game 1. We've been saying it for a while now. The scaling here in this comp is no joke, and we're officially past the point of no return.
And who was it beat down? The 2 Dorado members sporting 3-item breakpoints that we talked about the lead endlessly. 3-item Sivir, too much damage. 3-item Ambessa Decoy. too much damage and health to deal with. And we'll see that on display as you take us back through this replay.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice ultimate there from Asila. You got to give him credit there for that setup and the follow-up from the team. But again, Decoy, yeah, even with the great ult that came through, was able to do so much. Adam and Lojaz were able to do so much, and it really showed the gold lead and how far ahead Adam is in this fight, because he actually did a lot.
Whoa, back live though. Our next 5v5 is already going down. Redemption, like last fight, is the first one to drop, but Dorado will happily trade their support if they can find a charm onto a Ray. Adam, what a find once again on the Ari, getting it done and setting up for his chainsaw of an AD carry to roll through the rest of this fight. Asila to drop next. And Dorado win themselves another fight, and the spoils of their war this time beatdown won't just be a stray kill. No, it's an Infernal Soul, unless Griffith can find this miracle steal.
It is Lee Sin. It is hard to keep him out of the pit, but Decoy is so strong, level 17. We have a teleport, though. Bradley is joining. He doesn't have Shockwave. They got to Hail Mary this.
Oh, but what
Infernal
else
Soul
again?
BGG.
It's over and over. Adam charms that come up clutch. Bradley doesn't die. The blast comes from Griffin. What? All right. Infernal Soul and a jungler for Dorado.
All right. How about Dorado Gaming, guys? Let's focus on that.
Oh, man.
Oh,
the timing
funny.
of what you were saying into that was too
That's amazing.
funny.
somebody clip that.
Yep, we're going to need to clip ASAP on that one.
Yeah, that's good. So, Citadel Gaming, not happy about how things have turned out. Dorado Gaming, absolutely elated and having a great time. So much so that they're going to just four-man dogpile Asila. And I'm sure that will bring them no shortage of joy in this game state.
My AD carry might not have armor pet item. Oh my god, okay, Asila. Respect it, he's going to live here. And he's going to cut down this wave. Off screen,
yeah, true.
It looks like Decoy has killed off a Ray in the mid lane. Oh my god, Lojaz. Good spell shield on the decimating smash.
Yeah.
And it's another game where I'm watching a Nocturne throw 20 autos into a Scion.
You know, I had a nickel for how many times that happened today. It would be 2.
Which is more than
not
you
a
think.
lot.
Yeah.
It's crazy that it happened twice.
There you go.
Oh, Slayer doesn't know ball.
No, I don't know ball on everything here. What I do know is your Sivir win rate is going to go up exponentially after today beatdown.
yeah, two wins. I don't think it's going to quite get to 50%, but you know, shout out Hub and Levitate. Really getting up the numbers, showing us more of what this champion's really all about. Good stuff.
No Baron, so Dorado won't be able to threaten the base of Citadel just yet. But I have a feeling a lot of these members are sitting on heaps and bounds of gold to the tune of a 10k gold lead. Griffin Sonic Wave going to connect on a Lojaz.
Nice.
He's looking to pick off a straggler, but Dorado have canceled all their backs. And here comes the turn. Public Execution going to whiff here from Decoy. There's the flash shockwave from Griffin, but where's my follow-up? My Orianna, my Ezreal can't step up, and now they've got the lights turned out as Lojaz goes diving for Citadel members. They'll pick off Bradley, who doesn't get through the portal. Decoy can try and lead out as that strong Mbessa flashing with no care in the world. Temper Fate going to stall up Adam and Asila. The Asila is mincemeat for Hub as he steps up with those 4.5 items on the Sivir. This time, the Unstoppable Onslaught will once again get Asila out, actually, but the base in tatters for Citadel.
Not just in tatters. I think it's about to fall through and through. Oh, the True Shock Barrage just saved the minion wave. Yeah, you're right. Now, another wave is coming, though. They will try and force the end. Actually, it'll probably take too long. So, you know what? It's fine. Unless Dorado gets another set of kills, I think they're just going to take some camps, farm, and go back to base. But with 12k up, we are in the endgame, Slayer. It's just a matter of time.
Just a matter until my AD carry buys an armor pen item. I respect the Bloodthirster rush, dear Hub.
Yeah.
But we've got to put the LDR in the bag now. And then that Scion does not get to just free ult out of a 4v1 like he has the last 2 times.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think that's a fair shout. We'll see that one come through. I think for now, yeah, it's really just gonna take one fight. We gotta just really give some props to Dorado Gaming for how they played this one out. They fell behind early, naturally, with the strategy CTG we're working with. But ultimately, I think Decoy, of course, even when you consider the circumstances, played out the lane in these fights very nicely. Adam, low jazz, I mean, top to bottom, I think everyone on the team has just been playing so well this game. And the second they got that opportunity, they turned this game around and put it to a point where Citadel, basically what you're seeing right here.
Yep, there's a poly execution from Decoy. He's using Stray to just get to Bradley, who has to defensively use the Shockwave. Tempered Fate will grab Decoy once again. Bradley able to get out is low jazz, also on a blinky health bar. But nobody else from Citadel can really afford to look for this fight, so they'll happily just take all 5 of their members walking out, and we will start panning up towards that Baron. It spawns in about 15 seconds, beat down that a Sivir can churn and burn through.
Oh, yes. And the fact that Citadel got their time wasted on that bottom lane, even if they don't die, they have to collect these super minion waves. In the mid lane, all waves are pushed in at the moment, too. So there's really few chances for Stray to lay down vision. He's laid down some, so they'll know when this Baron starts. But, I mean, who cares? You're not going to stop it.
I saw enemy Ezreal on the bot wave. Yeah, no chance in the world here. As we do see Hub with that Lord Dominix will really help with the fight. And you all get a treat at home. It's called What Does Sivir Look Like at Full Build? Spoiler alert. Lots of damage.
Crazy. Ooh, scary.
Now going to attack the last lane that they don't have, you know. There's an outer turret in. Just take some more standing gold down here. There is a bit of a weird timing here for Dorado. Elder is up in about 30, so how much do they really want to commit to the siege here?
It kind of depends. I mean, you still have the mid super wave coming, so because many people are going to answer top and somebody has to answer mid, and if they sync these waves up well enough, Dorado Gaming, they're going to force an uncomfortable position here for Citadel. And that's likely how they're going to close this out. It might not even come down to Elder.
Well, for now, Citadel do a good job getting rid of that top wave. So they're actually doing a good job ping-ponging around this mid and top wave so far. Next one going to come up here, but the lack of wave clear with an Ezreal is really showing. With the lights going out, Low Jazz is going to commit the paranoia on top of Bradley. Low Jazz with no care in the world, just trying to set Decoy up to get back towards Bradley. The knockups are starting to land. Decoy not able to chain together too many spells, and the Temper Fate from Stray grabs all their other Dorado members. Decoy has the GA, will pop back up to life, trying to dash out of another decimating smash. Decoy can't get himself out. Does Array have enough damage? No, not left in the tank there. He's all out of gas, and somehow Decoy survives a nice window there from Stray. And unfortunately, with TP's up, Dorado solos will rejoin the fray, fully topped off. First Nexus turret is down. Here comes the final stand from Citadel, but they don't have the ults, and they're starting to really get hurt by these bouncing boomerangs from Hub. The waves are fully up on the Nexus turrets. Low Jazz gets his ult back up from the start of the fight to the end of the fight. It ends with lights out, and it ends with a Dorado Gaming win.
Man, Citadel almost showed us that they might have done something in that last play, but the gold diff, the wallet diff, was too large. And again, you got to give the props to Dorado Gaming for how well they played this game out after the first 7 or 8 minutes, and just how they were able to close it out in the end. You know, not many game wins. This team is 0-3 right now, but this is the first step to getting that first win of the split here. And you got to imagine after winning that game the way they did, they can taste it.
It definitely feels that way beat down. I'm glad you said it. 0-3 in series score, but they have 3 individual game wins behind them. So I really want to continue to punch that point home and saying, hey, this is not, you know, a run over sort of really bruised and battered 0-3 series team. This is a team that is looking to scrap, and they have really shown out in this one. So we'll give Citadel some time beat down to try and figure out what they want to do with side selection, with first pick selection, as they are down 0-1 in the new iteration of the Citadel Asylum top Bradley mid experiment. Or do Dorado have their first series win on their hands in week 4? We'll find out with a Game 2 draft that comes after this short intermission.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. 2 different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions. Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh,
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks, or wait, no. Oh, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
this is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako. Mako.
Mako.
Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
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 In total? Faker? Faker.
Faker.
This is just Faker?
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios?
Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
Azir.
Rise?
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Dystrophy?
I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar. I have no clue.
The rarest one? Yeah, isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG Aurelia.
I think 2000? 3000?
800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000. 1400.
It's probably like 1600.
1,229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17?
17. I don't know.
14, I think. 12.
14.
14.
15.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everyone back to the NACL presented by Philips Norelco One Blade as we are knee-deep into our second series of the day here with a Dorado Gaming 1-0 series lead, a spot that they have been in before beatdown, markedly against the current series undefeated NRG. So what do we want to see from Dorado to try and finally get over the hump of taking a single game in a series, but not a series itself yet?
I don't know, man. I'm too scared to say anything and jinx them. Whatever they did, just do it again.
Yeah, fair enough.
Jokes aside, I got to give them credit. I actually think they just played out the map really well. They dealt with a lot of the early game pressure they were dealing with really well, too.
They did.
Again, Citadel, they were using the Lee Sin, this lethality build, to really try and put the screws to low jazz. It worked for a little while, but you're really playing on a knife's edge there. And I think Dorado Gaming didn't lose too much in that. They didn't lose enough for Citadel to be able to overcome the scaling. So Dorado Gaming, I thought they played sides well. I thought they played the objectives well. And it got to a point much earlier than you're probably thinking, in my opinion, that Dorado couldn't do very much wrong.
And it's interesting looking across this whole day and sort of pushing it into what we saw in this game. We've talked endlessly this split about how winning bot lane early, winning in the 2v2 is so central to winning games, but we've now seen two separate games where weak-siding the ADs and letting them scale up has worked really well for Dorado. Again, you saw the numbers Hub put out in this game, and if you missed our first series, Levitate gets a similar win on the Sivir, also for Supernova doing the similar thing. So cool to see that the bottom lane strategy starting to morph more as we get more comfortable on this patch. We're into our Game 2 draft, by the way. It is the same exact setup as last game with Citadel first picking on blue side, and the bans look decently similar to our first game of the series beatdown.
Yeah, that's right. Don't think we're going to see, except for the fact that this time Citadel take their third ban. It's going to be the Yone.
Adam special.
It's another favorite of Adam. Yeah, exactly. I'm curious to see what Citadel are going to be working with right now. It's one of the things we mentioned was that once we learned about this lane swap here for Bradley and Asila, just the fact that, Sion, your tank duty, usually something you expect in situations like this, especially this being Asila's first competitive match in top lane. But Sion's out of the picture. Are we still going this tank route? Are we looking to Ornn? Are we going to try and slip in an Akali? It's tough because there aren't too many options for him, especially considering what we saw in that last game.
Simple option here for Griffin, though. The Pantheon does slip through the ban phase, unlike game 1. So he will take a very powerful B1 start. So very appropriate questions beat down that you've given for the draft so far. But for now, Citadel get a strong start nonetheless through their captain and jungler, Griffin.
Yeah, and Decoy, having fun hovering as pros do, but it is going to be the J4. Considering what's left, it makes sense. And now, what are the combos going to be? What's the support? Could be Nico. Would pair up pretty nicely. Would be great all in for Dorado Gaming. And it's looking like they are just going to grab that, probably for Redemption, because that's typically where the Nico's been going.
Yeah, and I'm glad the Redemption has picked this because I think his Nico performances have left a lot more to be desired. I think, it's such a hard niche champion to play where you want to get a great pop blossom, so you have to put yourself in a dangerous position, and you usually get blown up. I haven't seen Redemption really capitalize on big fight pop blossoms yet, so good to see him try this champion again, try to be a bit more playmaking for Dorado. Citadel, though, do come back with the Azir here for Bradley. So a scaling threat, a somewhat playmaking threat that we talked about the last time we saw him earlier today with the Shuriman Shuffles. So that is going to be fun here for Bradley. Are Citadel going to try and answer your top lane dilemma question here with Asila? They will, and they'll go once again to kind of just pick him a control tank, a weak side tank, but they left the Gwen up.
Yeah, so it's going to be that instant response, I imagine, for Decoy. I mean, we don't see it as much anymore, often because Gwen is banned. There's a good response there into the Cassante, and it will make it tough for Stray if he does go the route of... Oh, whoa, that's scary. It will make it tough for Stray if he goes to tank support as well. Gwen is really strong. They had fun with us with the Vayne Hover, but it is just going to be that Gwen pick.
Another game where Decoy is put in position to have a decently safe laning phase, scale up to be a teamfight monster. That's what he did on the Mbessa, played very well in that game. I would even say, I think I'd argue maybe the game's MVP. We can have those conversations later, though, because we still have bans to go through as we start to see Citadel maybe try and target bottom lane AD carries left up that allow for a threatening double range lane. So I don't hate the Caitlyn ban, also a hub specialty.
Yeah, it makes sense. I respect the Lulu ban as well, though I think the Nautilus ban is more apt just because I think Stray needs more. I think Stray's going for an engage angle. I think CTG are still a little lacking in that department. I'm curious what route he's going to go in that regard. Okay, it's going to be
Ziggs ban.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I guess I think that'd be too much magic damage.
I would agree.
But I mean, it would be good into the Azir. I'm sure you don't want Adam to put the screws to Bradley like game 1. So fair enough. Covering your bases.
Covering bases on flexibility too, right? I mean, Hub, I'm sure he could potentially play the Ziggs bottom lane if they really wanted to go that route. So kind of a special banning both of those. But hey, you think too much magic damage, and we lock in the Victor mid here for Adam, a guy who is not afraid to play marksman mid. He didn't have his Yone, but he will put the Victor on the table nonetheless. That means Dorado are going to need what I hope to be a scaling primary AD late game threat with that R5. Rare AD carry R5, by the way, Beatdown.
I know, yeah, true. I'm not sure if I'm sold on the scaling angle per se. Just because
I guess you already have Gwen.
Yeah, like we already have these champions who are going to that late game. I'm kind of wondering. I mean, you are going double ranged, so I'm wondering if you just want to go for something safe. Yo, I really actually was thinking about the Jhin.
Wow, I can't believe I'm about to say this.
Actually makes a lot of sense.
Because this is the most hated AD carry in pro play right now, and I think aptly so. I think Jhin is misused in a lot of drafts. I'm with you, Beatdown. I think in this game in particular, the Jhin works, especially thanks to those solo lanes.
Yeah, I think it's safe enough, and you can have some of that range follow up with that Deadly Flourish. Of course, Curtain Call as well. It's going to be interesting because, of course, it's the Lucian Nami bot lane, which really is a blast from the past.
OG pairing, yeah.
So much has changed since this combo first got introduced. But Lucian, we're a patch early. Lucian is getting some buffs on the patch we'll be on next week, but still, it is a strong combo. Really make use of Lucian's passive. It is lane dominant, so I think that's a lane that Citadel are going to be wanting to play through.
I think this is a good game for Griffin to really kind of continue what he started from game 1, right? We talked about it. The Lee Sin gets 2-0 ahead, and then things kind of slow down. This Pantheon is a much better champion at kind of taking an early lead and running away with a lot better, thanks again, as we continue to talk about, to the global map threat this brings. I see a bottom lane that we expect to get pushed and threatened. I think Victor is an apt target for level 6 ganks, at least try and get flash out later. And you've also got, Decoy, who we do expect to maybe have some push into this weak side tank. So the world is Griffin's oyster to run away with maybe the best jungler we currently have on the patch.
Yes. So, we're in a similar position. Game 1, in a sense, where you have a lot of early game impact. I will say, LoJazz is on J4, so you can definitely respond a lot better than he would have on the Nocturne. But still, it's similar enough that there's a lot of pressure on Griffin to be able to get this ball rolling for his team. And of course, you have that bot lane that you can be playing through in Array and Stray. Array, again, is a player, we've seen do a lot of great things in the NACL, So if you're betting all your chips on a lane you want to play through, I would bet it on Array.
Not a bad bet indeed to beat down as he will going with the first strike to just maximize how much he gets out of these burst trades he'll be looking for. On the, I'll call it the old flame of Nami supports in Lucian, like you mentioned.
Flame.
I mean, Corki has stolen the heart of Nami players as of late, but, you could still reminisce with a matchup like this.
You can. Oh my god, it's been 6 years. Since that combo first came through. It was 2020 Worlds.
Yeah. That's a good fact check. That is, well,
time certainly passes.
It makes me feel worse, but it's a fun fact that makes me happy. But actually digesting the fun fact you gave me makes me sad.
I think I'm just sad all around, even though I'm right.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's okay. Time passes. That's life. Speaking of time, 1 minute 44 on the timer. It's passing and counting. And
junglers are clearing.
Yeah.
So
junglers are clearing.
Take a look at those, maybe. Both them pathing towards the spot side. And as you mentioned, aptly so, Low Jazz's J4 can answer a lot of the early game power of the Pantheon, markedly and especially before level 6. The threat of a flag and drag gank, I would say, is a bit higher than a Pantheon just trying to walk up to you and stun you. So with this J4, I believe currently a bit faster on his clear, he will be able to cover if Griffin is eyeing that bot lane pushing against his bottom lane as a potential target.
Could be. He is doing the Krugs, but he skipped over the red. Could be possible that he's thinking about a gank. Timing would be good.
I have to see here. Asila is getting some good trades here into Decoy, who I think, if that Q lands, would have to commit the flash. So Asila doing a good job early levels, but making sure the Decoy has to trade a lot of his health economy to get these waves in.
How about Asila? Just use a lot of his mana as well. He's getting pretty close to the point where he can't really do much into this lane, and the wave is pushing away from him. Lucky for him. And Low Jazz on the opposite side of the map. He'll probably get that info soon. Oh, no, he won't, because Griffin is going to do his clear. He's going to recall and just head straight to top lane. His bottom lane's getting pushed in. He doesn't want to go for it. Does give an opportunity to gank Decoy, though, on the top side. You can see he's low. He's committing a lot to get these waves in. But I think recognizing he's a target, he's just going to back.
Yeah, I love that back timer. His jungler, Low Jazz, goes, hey, buddy, I had no jungler contest me on bot crab. And I expect him to path top down. So not seeing him means he goes for that reset. Both top laners will TP back on up. Junglers trading early scuttle. So everybody kind of just happily trading things in this early game, which I think does benefit as the time goes. Griffin trying to get to that level 6 as soon as possible, but your reaction says a lot about how this Lucian Nami we expected to do maybe dominate early, struggling at this point.
Yeah, you gotta give props to Dorado. Giving Hub the Jhin on that R5. You said it, not a lot of R5 AD carries physically ever. It doesn't happen much. But you see this Lucian Nami, a lane that you just know from looking at it, like they want to dominate this lane, and Dorado Gaming had such a good answer. Where now Array is low on health, low on mana, doing all he can just to barely keep up and farm, while Hub is doing just fine.
Maybe Asila doing even better here as he constantly threatening. Decoy gets the Natovo Strikes pullback. Decoy flash, Asila flash cube with the dash dodge from Decoy. Make sure he isn't soloed out by the first time top laner Asila holding his own on the Cassante. Now we have a jungle invade that could go awry. Stray thought he was going to try and cut Low Jazz and company off from escaping, but they'll be able to walk out, stealing away Griffin's Raptors camp.
Nice win there for Low Jazz. Griffin gonna have to back away. In shame.
Decoy.
Oh my god.
My man ticked to level 6. Is he really gonna stay for this?
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna get the HP from level 6. I don't think it's safe for Asila to die. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, good call.
Yeah, that's fine. Although it's tough because now the wave is going away. He doesn't have TP, but Decoy, of course, has to back regardless. That is too dangerous to stay.
Should help Asila even out the CS differential for sure. About 9 creeps up for Decoy, so he will be able to negate that. Unless Decoy cancels his back and says, no, I'll stay another wave. Lojaz on the bot side here doesn't have access to the Cataclysm, but he does catch Stray going on a warding mission pretty far forward, so Stray has to flash out. Oh, a nice little flag and drag combo. Key target for Lojaz to maybe return to later on.
Oh yeah, and it's even nicer too for Redemption Hub. They get an angle on Stray, you can do some serious damage, potentially get that first blood. But right now, Dorado, you're going to be able to get this dragon because of the pressure Lojaz was able to garner. And Citadel, not a whole lot going on their side of the map.
I just find it, you know, I've been harking on this all day long, so this bit has gotten a bit annoying, I know, but this is the first dragon of the day that was taken before grubs were spawning.
That's true. Hey, look at that. We've got it all today.
Got every phase of Drake takes here. And it helped that Lojaz, like you mentioned, got that flash out of Stray early. And Hub and Redemption are unrelenting on these trades they're going into Array, which has cost him a lot of his mana bar. And I really respect that recognition. Part of the reason why Lucian is kind of hard to fit into the current meta, again, we're waiting on those Lucian buffs, I believe, to his mana, is that it just takes so much mana for those early trades that you can only go through like 2 or 3 cycles per reset.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough in those early levels. It will be a little bit easier on the next patch, but again, Array and Stray want to give us a little bit of a preview, so it isn't going maybe the way that they hoped. Now you can see 10 CS down, 9. About a wave down. It's looking like as Array. I think, yeah, we have it.
Sila, there finally goes all out. Decoy going to dash away from him and gets the full passive stacked up. Another solo bolo for Decoy, just like game number 1.
Yeah, nice look from Asila. Looking like he was going to almost make something happen there, but it's tough. You lose your resistances when you ult, and it just made him so much
and mid lane.
And mid lane, I like this move a lot. Up in Redemption, using that pressure and prile that they've gotten to help their mid laner out.
Yeah, I see. You called it right in Champions, like the power of the deadly flourish to, you know, make those picks, and then the curtain call, it does damage, but it's also that reliable slow. So good luck there from Hub and company. They'll move right back on towards the bottom lane, where Lojaz is maybe looking for a gank here. Array and Stray maybe feeling a bit more confident knowing that Hub went for that mid lane play with the ultimate, and just as the doctor ordered, Array steps up. Redemption with the pop blossom, only to grab Stray, but he doesn't have flash, so once the flag and drag lands, Lojaz can commit to grab the kill. Dorado Gaming, another impressive early game showing as a squad. And they've opened 3-0 on kills, and they're even looking to push it further. Array forced off of another wave under the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, this has just been a phenomenal series from Dorado Gaming so far. And they just find themselves in the lead yet again. Array.
Oh, he greeted for the wave.
Really
I've been there,
committing
brother.
to this. Yeah.
I've been there, man. But you got to drop that wave. You just got to. Or that happens. Another kill to Dorado. So let Citadel with an answer in the mid lane, though. It looks like Griffin utilized that ult. No, he didn't even need to ult here. They just get the kill on the Bradley without it. Yeah.
Flashed. He flash stunned. That was what he did. It was a nice response. Desperately needed there for Citadel Gaming. Especially after what Adam was able to get here. Lojaz, I like that he's not even... He's skipping mid lane. He's like, nope, I'm coming for you, Griffin.
Oh, the ult!
Kill him!
Griffin doesn't get it off in time. The dunk down from Lojaz.
Yeah, I love the emoting Lojaz has been doing this game. It's very funny. It's just been so good from Dorado Gaming so far this game. They're looking like they're on track to win the series. Their first series of the split, by the way, guys. A rough start for this team. Things really not looking good. These are players who, you know, well, a lot of them have been in the NACL before, except for Redemption. Not the greatest of performances. I mean, Adam and Hub coming from Polestar. I mean, you know, if you were there, cool. If not, not worth it. It was a tough split for them. Not going to dig that one up or go too far into it.
Oh, there's the Grand Starfall I thought was the gank earlier. Now we're going after Adam with it. Griffin.
They got it.
All right, finding some answers for Citadel. We talked about how influential this Pantheon had to be, and he's had an impact on the mid lane. But Lojaz, man.
Wow.
He wants the battle.
Lojaz.
Flag and drags forward.
That's kind of crazy to me. I can't lie.
Yeah, Bradley has
I don't
TP.
think Lojaz.
Maybe just trying to... Why are both these junglers so hell-bent on always fighting on Raptors, by the way? Wasn't Griffin constantly fighting Low Jazz? Maybe that's why. Low Jazz remembered that Griffin tried to steal away every Raptor camp he had in Game 1. He's like, you know what?
It's about message.
Yeah, I'm going to send the same message back to you, my friend.
Makes a lot of sense. I like what we're seeing. But again, really good match for Dorado Gaming so far. Again, these players, haven't played on the best of teams, coming together now here at this split for a bit of a rough start. But I think this series has been, legitimately good. Despite the role swaps in Citadel Gaming, where things have been kind of rough, I think overall Dorado Gaming still
good
playing
bubble.
well.
Stray gonna catch redemption, the tidal wave Colin combination. A goodie and an oldie. And you saw Stray and Array show just why there. Redemption can be caught, just like Griffin gets caught in his own jungle. Emperor Divide shuffle from Bradley, gonna get Adam and Low Jazz off him. He's trying to get that lethal tempo going, but Adam is safe and sound. Low Jazz potentially the target until he turns it right back around on Bradley, but another clutch bubble from Stray. Saves another one of his teammates. Shut down over to Bradley.
Nice save, and Citadel, some very much needed kills earned off those plays. I like the pressure in that mid lane. It is something that I think we didn't mention in draft, but something with the Victor. Low mobility, champs like Pantheon, very easy to take advantage of. And even though Adam didn't necessarily fall in that play, wasn't able to do much, again, because of that mobility. Citadel able to get a few kills back.
They've been able to lower the gold lead to about 1,000. But I fear, Beatdown, we're in a similar situation to Game 1 where I favor the Dorado scaling. So the fact that they're ahead in gold to me is still a positive sign for them. It's just those solos, Victor and Gwen, it's really hard to match the scaling they bring.
Yeah. Especially with Decoy, he's just doing well in that top lane island on his own. Does bode really well for Dorado Gaming. Hey, Adam, he's down a good bit of CS. Oh, I think, is this a kill?
If he hit that last set of needles, maybe. But he at least forces Asila off another wave and he can try and threaten more plates and more gold. He's 2 levels up right now.
Okay. Yeah, he is. Was able to grab 2 plates as well. So top lane, looking great for Decoy. I think mid is still pretty good, all things considered. I think the early kill or takedowns early on Adam are able to get are still really good because Victor, you want to farm your way up to those level upgrades and takedowns, speed you up a little bit.
Get a look at the total gold, though. You talked about the mid lane. Bradley currently by just a hair ahead of Hub. Dragon number 2 being started here. They're looking for a turn. But the tidal wave and the Grand Starfall from Griffin don't really land. Hub trying to run out with that move speed, and he gets out of dodge here. Turn from Low Jazz, flag and drag onto Griffin, has to throw up the Aegis Assault. TP coming through as well from Asila. So they don't find the pick play they wanted with that Grand Starfall, but the pressure they garner stops the Dragon stacking from Dorado. First one over to Citadel.
Yeah, it costs a lot of ults from Citadel, but they secure it. And now we know we are fighting for that Ocean Soul, but think about the cost. Cost Asila his TP, and it does mean Decoy is just going to get even stronger as he's able to build up a couple waves, knock them into the turret, might be able to turn that into another plate. So don't really see an answer for this Gwen looking at Citadel's composition, so there's something they're still going to need to be very worried about as we get to the team fight phase.
And they really just haven't gotten enough out of this Lucian Nami lane that's supposed to be winning, but now, again, they are being heralded at under their own turret. Luckily, though, Array's got his dancing shoes on to tango around the curtain call there from Hub, so doesn't get choked too far low. It makes this dive for Low Jazz a bit more murky, especially because enough time's been stalled by Citadel. The Griffin is close by, so Array and Stray not going to get dove.
Asila getting some good trades in. Everything else is kind of slowing down right now. I think something we didn't mention was Citadel got all the grubs. I think it's important that it's denied because Decoy is going to be a big split pusher. Doesn't have access to that bit of power, but now Dorado have access to a dive.
Oh, good tidal
Nice.
wave though from Stray.
Wow.
Means that Array doesn't get hit. The flag and drag is flashed over. Array doing his best to try and kite away from this dive, but he will end up going down as the aggro is juggled really well by the 4 members of Dorado. Pick up the dive kill, and topside, Decoy is once again soloed out as Sila. So across the whole board, Dorado pick up 3 kills to none.
Yeah, and I will say, traded in the mid lane by Bradley. Able to get some plates and a turret, but still getting Array out of the picture, denying farm with him. Valuable, worth something, and Adam is still able to get these waves in as well. So the Victor is scaling to top it all off. Overall, you can see Dorado Gaming almost a 2K gold lead. Something they can be pretty happy about considering what the late game looks like for them. And now we can set our sights on this Rift Herald that has spawned.
I just feel bad for a player like Stray right now, Beatdown Man, because I think every play that Stray has been in, he has outperformed, you know, like his bubbles have been clutch, his tidal has been clutch. He's really doing a great job shutting down these pick plays. Oh my God, Caster Curse, please no. Please no.
Ha!
Okay.
I did it earlier, so it was your turn.
Oh, okay. It's crazy how that always happens. I will never get over that. I mean, the timing on that death would have been so superstitious, or supernatural, I would almost say. But I think Stray has played really well on this Nami. It's just he hasn't been a part of most of the plays where Dorado have found wins. It's been on this top side where we see Adam running down Bradley. He's got to shift his way back out of safety as Griffin went over the top of the Grand Starfall. And now Citadel are a bit disjointed. Aegis Assault will allow Griffin to brunt a lot of the damage and get himself back out. But here comes the curtain call. Bradley going to have to flash the first shot so the slow does not land. And nobody from Citadel going to die overextending.
Nope. Need the picture-in-picture replay of what happened in that bot lane and the pressure that they're going to put here. Oh, Bradley!
Shuriman shuffle onto Adam is going to get the kill before the dive comes through. Nice little maneuver there from Bradley as he throws the thumbs up, recognizing his fate is sealed, but a better fate than he was initially tasked to have if that dive manifests a couple seconds earlier.
Yeah,
the chase down now begins.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's fine. He's needlework. You get the slows. It's fine. Oh, but
well, you forgot about Stray from the top rope.
All
right, buddy, I've been talking about your bubble, Stray. Let's hit one here. Oh, okay. I mean, it's easy when Griffin flashing at the stun, but Decoy with the miss doesn't get hit by the bubble. The Pop Blossom from Redemption has
serious?
A curtain call to this fight. Citadel thought they had the pick. Redemption says no.
Holy Redemption, what a save to save his top laner. That was a guaranteed kill that he flipped around to a Gwen triple kill. I mean, this Gwen is just officially a raid boss now. That was so much committed by Citadel to go for that play, and for it to turn into a triple, while Adam is able to take out that top tier 2, nobody's farming mid lane as well. I really can't express the depth of this loss.
Oh, yeah, Redemption. That's what I wanted to see, man. This Nico has been a bit suspect for him in some of those other series. He hadn't necessarily hit that great pop loss in this game either. The dive, the tidal wave hit him away from it earlier. But that's what we needed from him, man. Loving what this rookie support's showing. Loving what he's showing for Dorado as they hunt down their first series win of the spring split.
Oh my God, you gotta believe that they can taste it. They know. They just need to keep playing the way they're playing. They're gonna secure their first win. It's not over yet.
Oh my God, Lojaz flashing the flag attack closer to Griffin. Deadly Flourish isn't going to land, but the Cataclysm will trap Griffin. Aegis Assault to block initial damage, but here comes a first shot to the dome that's not even needed. Lojaz goes on a killing spree. Now Bradley the next target. Decoy with the miss, trying to jump on top of him as the Emperor's Divide will only delay the inevitable. A double kill back over to Lojaz. Dorado Gaming bloodthirsty, 16 kills in 19 minutes.
6K ahead as well. This gold lead has become astronomical, and it's only going to get harder. Second Drake is going for Dorado Gaming. And again, I can't stress this enough. Gwen hitting that second item. No one in a 1v1, even I think 2v1 scenario at this point can respond to this Gwen. And because you don't have this response, like any play you make as Citadel, you're unless it's an overwhelming win, you're going to end up losing somewhere else on the map.
And that's the part that I'm really impressed with from Dorado, right? Is that they're just doing such a good job recognizing. Oh boy, hold on, Redemption Show. He's caught Array, and he's rolling now on this Nico. Another Pop Blossom finds its mark. Decoys the cross map play here, but he goes into the hollow miss, so the bubble doesn't land from Stray, and Stray is turned into sushi for tonight's victorious meal from Dorado Gaming. Redemption gonna be shut down, but the Cataclysm lands onto Griffin once more, setting Adam up for a gravity field Death Ray combo to cut down another Citadel member. It's a Scylla trying to run away desperately, but the Arcane Storm will find its mark. Dorado Gaming with an ace and Baron on tap as they look for their first series win of the split.
It's happening, Leo. It's happening. Dorado Gaming win fight after fight. Ace now is going to earn them this Baron uncontested completely. And they're just going to get so much more gold. They're going to reach even further critical item breakpoints. And it's already hard for Citadel Gaming to fight. And now it's just going to be impossible.
We'll get another precision replay thanks to Phillips Sirocco One Blade on that nice little turnaround. It's, again, just how much space Decoy is buying.
Yeah.
And the jump back from Dorado. It's their response engages, I feel like, that have been the real shining gem across both of our games, Beatdown.
They cannot pin this guy down, and it is showing, especially here on this Gwen. It only gets harder the more times they try and fail. And you got to imagine Citadel Gaming feeling the pressure, especially again after this role swap. The belief that in the long run, this is what they think will service the team best. And you know, you got to have a long view, especially with how difficult this game has been for Citadel Gaming. Really, I think the one solace they can take away from the situation. And Dorado Gaming, you got to feel wonderful right now. 0-3, you've been on the struggle bus your whole time in the NACL, both this year and last year. And look at the series that they are playing right now.
You know, I was watching this chase down, and I actually, in my head, was saying, I think Decoy might win that 1v3 if they turn and win after.
You never know with, like, 2-item Gwen, man. You never know.
You never know, indeed. And what has he done? Stalled beautifully, playing the cross maps well as Dorado. They say, all right, Decoy's getting jumped by 3. Why not keep the push going with the Baron on this top side, as they should with a couple more shots from Hub. Maybe even the Cannon Minion. All right, they won't get the tier 3 turret just yet. Sizable damage done nonetheless. And now they've set up the classic 4-1 push that it's Citadel's job to break. Asila trying to do so. Frontlining with the Cassante, but he gets this gravity field stun and won't be able to cut down the gap just yet. The siege continues for Dorado.
It's just one fight now with this Baron in hand. One fight that separates Dorado Gaming from their first win. Decoy, they're going on him.
All right, they're going to try and get rid of the raid boss here.
Oh, they got
this
it.
time, Stray gets the tidal wave bubble combo. It's eluded him, and it's a lot of gold on the Griffin. Good call down, beat down. It also, the real win, it really feels like, pushes all of Dorado off that siege. They cannot threaten the base of Citadel for now.
Yeah, your 4-1 has to have Gwen as the 1. So Baron or not, as soon as your Gwen is out of the picture, your push is over. So good target selection from Citadel Gaming and nicely done. I kind of wish the gold went on somebody other than the Pantheon, but at the end of the day, shutdown's a shutdown, and it could have been worse. So
it could have been a lot
take
worse.
What we can take.
And now they're going to objective bounty turret there. That's a nice chunk of change as well.
Yeah.
Array is definitely on the more... he needs that big, hardy last item to make this Lucian have some damage. The problem with Storm Razor Rapid Fire Cannon is this guy kind of just tickles right now. So maybe we get a BF sword off of that
monster.
play. There's a
you don't
BF
watch
sword.
JJK. Oh yeah, there you go. That's IE for sure. Something he needs. A little more juice, a little more firepower. I'm trying to make an invincible joke. I can't think of one. Trying to work his way up from Oliver to Thrag. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, there's a good one.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a steep workup.
I actually feel like that's a disrespectful gap. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. That
yeah,
gap is crazy.
maybe
I should have said Mark. Maybe I should have said Mark.
Yeah, Mark would have been a decent one.
Mark to Thrag, Nolan to Thrag, something like that.
Something like that. We're gonna need to stall up time for to allow for Array or maybe Bradley to scale up from like Season 1 mark to Season 4 mark, and they could buy some time by giving this Dragon, because Soul Point really doesn't mean much. Citadel can just take time to farm waves like we see Bradley doing up on the top side.
Yes. Well, right now, oh, okay.
Oh, wow, they're really overloading on a decoy. Here comes
I don't know if I
Redemption!
like that.
Two-man Pop Blossom interrupted, though, by Bradley's nice Emperor's Divide. Adam, though, had the double
nice
flank
enough.
in store, and the Arcane Storm has grown bigger. Flash from Griffin away from the gravity field, but Adam with those speed-ups can keep chasing. You have to turn and burn back onto Adam, but that was Adam's plan all along, because he's got his crew behind him. The pick play onto Decoy once again burns Citadel in the end.
And you can see a little skirmish here on the bottom side. Low Jazz, Guardian Angel in tow. He's having a little fun. Trying to stop people from backing. Trying to waste people's time. And now I think he's trying to set up a play.
And if Redemption had Pop Blossom right there, man, we'd have another highlight. Unfortunately didn't. Instead, they'll just settle for the mid lane tier 2 turret. More standing gold to build as Dorado try and kick their gold lead over the 10K mark. Flag and drag forward from Low Jazz. He's feeling pretty confident with that GA. And he'll be able to walk himself out, just like we talked about. Not enough damage behind the 80 carry for Citadel to ever threaten it, even a bruiser like J4.
No. No, I'm afraid not. And now, another couple tier 2 turrets go down. But still, almost 10K gold lead for Dorado Gaming. It's only going to get harder. Even the map state is so difficult. Side lanes, both sides are pushed in. And Dorado Gaming free to spend their time here.
That's the problem with Enchantamento right there, is warding missions are very, just a lot more risky than they used to be. So let's flash off of Stray for a quick cooldown on the Cataclysm.
Yeah, it's always the fun part about the Enchanter meta. We get a sense of how thoughtful and careful these supports really are. And unfortunately for some, they're not very careful. Really used to those big health bars, lots of resistances, easy to use CC spells. Stray fell prey, I'm afraid.
Stray fell prey.
Right.
Rolls off the tongue
Didn't
here.
even plan it.
As Decoy is looking to make prey out of all of Citadel, running forward with that mist to block him. Gwen is immune. Syla seems to not be, as the curtain call shots start to rain through. Clone gonna push all of Citadel away from Dorado as they're just trying to get control of that top river because they have a date with Baron.
And I think it's a date that they are going to make. No interruptions possible here for Citadel. I mean, the only ultimate they use is the tidal wave. They have a lot of tools to be working with here, but still, the gold lead speaks for itself. Only bright side, Array finished the IE. We got some real damage going from the bot lane of Citadel Gaming, but boy, I don't know if it's enough, bro.
Well, they have to try. Griffin with the initial engage, Low Jazz, flag and drag forward onto Griffin. Decoy on the front line. Oh my god, but Hub took a ton of damage on the backside of that thanks to Bradley. Array rolling, not going to find its mark, but here comes Grand Starfall from Griffin. Tries to target Adam instead. Redemption with the Pop Blossom. Hits onto 3, but the shutdown still comes through onto Adam. Decoy getting shuffled away by Bradley. Low Jazz into the GA. Decoy trying to stick through everybody, and the dunk down from Low Jazz's Cataclysm ends it with an emphatic punch from the Dorado Gaming jungler. Just like that, it's an ace, and just like that, it may be Dorado's first series win of the NACL split.
2 games in a row and an insane deficit. Citadel Gaming almost shows something nice, but the wallet dip is too big. The difference in strength is too big, and Dorado Gaming are on their way to win number 1.
Death timer's too long. Griffin mere seconds away, but seconds too late. Statement made from Dorado. They are winless no more with a 2-0 over Citadel.
Now that has got to feel good for the boys at Dorado Gaming. You can see the smiles on the player cams. You can only imagine how happy they are to get a win like that. Again, some of these players, most of these players, except for Redemption, not their first time in the split. Struggles on previous teams. But to get your first win, even in week 4, it's got to be a big accomplishment for them. And you got to imagine it's the first of more.
Yeah, and we'll get to this conversation a bit later while we wind down the show. But again, I want to hark back for a moment to the standings talk. That one win against the Citadel team that's currently out of the relegation zone with 1 win of their own really is going to make the bottom of the NACL standings a lot more interesting going forward, Beatdown.
That's right. So again, this is that situation where, on paper on the standings, this is a win you expect to have as Citadel. So it really throws a kink in their plans on trying to make it to that top 6, on how those final standings may shape out, because, you don't win matches that you're expected to.
Take a look at some of these post-game stats. It's once again, Decoy doing a really good job.
Oh my God.
We were expecting to. Again, Asila, these are some of his first games playing top in the Tier 2 league, and Decoy took advantage of that. But this was a resounding win as a team to Dorado. I really respect how they were able to play their own cross-map game whenever Citadel were trying to make plays onto Decoy, trying to make plays onto their bottom lane. It felt like, especially in this game too, that Dorado always had the right answer.
Yeah. And you got to give a lot of credit, I think especially to Lojaz, who I think probably the best series I've seen from him so far this split, potentially ever. I think he performed really well on the Nocturne. I think he had a great performance as well on the Jarvan, just finding nice angles every stage of the game. And I don't know, man, dude is just on one today.
He is indeed. And, really made MVP talks interesting, is what I'll say for now.
Yes.
But Dorado really able to come. I really want to emphasize the fact that, Decoy, the numbers look really good in this series. I think he obviously took advantage of his positive matchup, even from the drafts, and ran away with it. But Adam was really good in the RE game with some clutch charms. Hub was able to do his thing scaling up on the Sivir. Redemption has that super fun highlight Pop Blossom play to turn that bottom lane, last-ditch effort for Citadel. Everyone from Dorado had their moments in this 2-0 series today.
They did, and you got to imagine, we'll talk to somebody from them pretty soon. You will, so we'll get to hear from them more about how they're feeling. But yeah, you got to give them props. First win, it's got to feel amazing after the struggles these last couple of weeks. And soon we'll see, after we watch our precision play, how it's going to, how they're going to feel about it, and what's next for them.
We got to see it, though. Precision replay, once again, thanks to Philip Norelco, One Blade. The nice cinematic view. Yeah, you knew it was coming, Beatdown.
Yeah. Holy moly, Redemption. This play almost made me say he was my MVP. I can't lie. This was ridiculous.
I can't blame you, man.
The game was over from here. The game was kind of already over, but this was okay, we are never coming back. It's just done. And I don't know. It's my honorable mentions, something like that.
Yep.
We don't really do that, but I feel like I have to say something. Can't just let that go.
We'll do it together. Our combined Beatdown, our collaborative honorable mention.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right,
my
there
God.
you go. I like that.
Yeah, just rhymed too. Hey, for a rookie support, again, in a pool that we feel is pretty weak in the Tier 2 level, as it has been, maybe top heavy, I'd say, with supports. Cool to see Redemption shine in that moment. But Beatdown, he is not our MVP of this series.
No,
our
sir.
MVP going over to that man you mentioned in the jungle.
Oh, were you going to say it? Should I say it?
Oh, I was going to let you say it. Or, he could say it himself. Lojaz!
Lojaz! Woo! Yeah, dude. I think he was a monster this series. Really good plays. Really good target selection. It was the most important thing on both champs he played. It was just some great stuff, top to bottom. You love to see it.
All right. Well, I've gotten word that Mr. Lojaz has joined in with us. So let's make sure he can
be cool.
He could see what I want to make sure he could see himself on the stage here, so we can let him see. But we have Lojaz here. I know you can hear me, Lojaz. You are live, my friend. Congratulations on your MVP performance. First of all, I just like to shout out the fact this is some Tier 3 ball knowledge thing. I love that you're in our call here named Ben Guy. That's a shout out to your roots, my friend. I remember your various names in Tier 3.
Yeah, probably shouldn't mention some of those on broadcast.
We'll stick with Ben Guy, all right? Well, Ben Guy and Lojaz. We'll stick to those two, my friend. But let's talk through this series, right? Because I think you had a masterful series on both the Nocturne and the J4. Talk to me what was going through your head in a lot of these critical spots. I think you in particular did a really good job kind of turning on the engages Citadel tried to bring to you. What were you seeing in those spots, especially in the Nocturne game as well?
I knew that these guys would eventually like mess up somewhere because like their jungler's 30 years old. They have a role swapped mid and top, so I knew they were gonna misstep at some point. So it wasn't too hard to find out when they mess up.
Let them know, Lojez. Yeah, okay. You knew the mistakes were coming. You were there to punish it. So talk to me a bit about how you went into this series. You mentioned the fact, there's a role swap that goes on to Citadel. Did that change your guys' preparation going into this series, knowing Asylum was going topside, and how much do you feel like it warped it?
I mean, I think Bradley has like a bunch of random picks he plays top, stuff like Akali, Cassio, that he's played in past series. So we weren't really like afraid of much of that, and we knew like Asylum probably was only going to play tanks. So we can get some good matchups top, but other than that, we weren't really like afraid of the role swap. I don't think it really made sense, and it was pretty free.
Definitely, you guys definitely did a really good job punishing it as well from the draft, even getting Decoy those counter picks both times on the Ambessa, on the Gwen. He really made those work. But I now kind of want to zoom out a bit more and look at the season as a whole, because I know you guys came into this series like 0-3 in series score, but myself and Beatdown and a lot of other people felt like that's not that is a good representation of you guys, because you've taken games off of NRG, you took games off of Blue Otter in their series. What do you think helped you guys finally overcome and win a series after getting that game 1 win, finally winning a series after, being able to go 1-1 in every one of those series losses you had before?
I mean, I think our first match, everyone was kind of nervous. Like, it was Redemption's first time playing, and we were all kind of scared. And then the next 2 matches we're playing, it's probably like some of the best teams in the league. So we knew that like starting this week and the next few weeks onward, we'd be playing some like lower tier teams. So it'd just be easier to find some wins.
Well, hey, you capitalized on that pretty big win here up against Citadel. I do want to talk to you a bit about the roster, because with how, youthful this Dorado roster is, right? You mentioned Redemption's a rookie, Hubs had limited time, Adams had limited time. Feels like you and Decoy have kind of like slot in to play the like veteran role on this team. Can you talk to me about what it's been like as that kind of veteran, and also maybe working with your coach as well to like, really rein in and focus in these younger guys you've got across the roster?
I mean, I think Bobby has been a really big help. I think Thin Uncle Phil also really big help.
Shout out.
Us. I will not lie. I think Jason has been putting in a lot of work. That guy is always posting stuff about like jungle clears and like trying to optimize stuff. So I think even as like a rookie, he's been doing a lot of work and trying to like make the team better. And I think overall, I don't think I've done like too much as a veteran person. I've just been kind of chilling, doing my own thing.
Hell yeah. Love to hear it. No, I'm glad you shout out Redemption. I saw some of those posts. You guys were really praising him. He is super locked in to making your guys the best you can be. I want to ask really quickly before I let you on out of here. I always like to try and do this, like get some insight into the comms. Do you remember what the comms were like when Redemption in that game 2 gets that Pop Blossom turn and Decoy gets that Gwen triple kill? Talk to me about it, the vibes. Like, how was it once you saw that highlight play from the rookie to really sink in the 2-0 win for you guys?
I mean, I think we knew there that the game was just over. Like, I feel like they didn't really have much options, and I think we were all just kind of laughing at them at this point.
All right, I love it. Love it. Hello, Jazz. It was super fun to get to talk to you, my friend. I mean, like, the similar paths we've both been on. I remember casting you back in Tier 3. It's super fun to get to talk to you now after a series win in 2-0, us together here. So I want to give you the final floor. Like, whoever you'd like to shout out, whatever message you want to give the people, let them know after your MVP-like performance in this 2-0 win.
I mean, shout out all my teammates. Shout out my coaches. They're all doing great over there. And shout out Elvis. Taught me a lot about jungle, that guy, if anyone knows him. Yeah.
All right, well, awesome, Lojaz. Enjoy the win, my friend. You earned it with your MVP performance. We're going to let you get back to the squad to celebrate Dorado's first win of the 2026 NACL Spring Split. We'll bring Beatdown back on in here to join him back on the caster desk. I missed him too much. Got to get him back out here as we look to wind down the show. Love to hear the confidence Lojaz had in that series when they were playing confident, and I mean, he backed up exactly what we thought they were showing in that interview.
Yeah, and it's really nice to hear from him and to get to hear from the players on Dorado at all. So, really, again, you got to give them, their flowers. Congrats. It's good stuff. I love to hear that, that they're working hard. They're trying to be the best they can be, and this makes me excited to see how they're going to look going forward.
And now we get a look at the results. Unfortunate for me, Yeah, 4-0 day. That's bittersweet for me because as much time as I get to spend chopping it up with Beatdown on the cast is better. So would have liked a 6-day block for that reason, but really impressive showings from both Supernova and Dorado. And we were talking about it a bit earlier, but wow, look at how much that one series win from Dorado. I know it's early Beatdown, but they just jumped from 9 to 6 off of that one series win, from relegated to playoffs, if the standings held right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Again, these wins that are unexpected do so much to the standings. So it's going to be really exciting to see how things shake out as the weeks go on. If Dorado can keep this up, maybe even another win would already put them in such a good position to at the very least avoid relegation. Because remember, that's the big goal here, this split. Or at least the bare minimum in split 1. You want to avoid relegation.
Yeah, and we will see one of those teams trying to avoid relegation with a tall task tomorrow. Apex Mission Impossible, you're going to have to take on that red-hot Conviction squad. That's your second match. And the first one, I would like to say a staple of not just Tier 2 orgs, but Tier 3 orgs as well, with Blue Otter and CCG, 2 orgs that I was, very conjoined with, making my way up the ladder, so it's cool to always see when they face off against each other tomorrow. Those are your 2 matches for the next day of Week 4 here in the North American Challengers League.
That's right. It's going to be exciting. I don't think I'm with you tomorrow, Flair. So
unfortunately not.
Had a good time, though. We had a cast at, normal time of day. I mean, the sun's kind of going down where I'm at, but it's going down, not coming up. So big dubs. Big dubs.
Big dubs indeed. It was an absolute pleasure Beatdown. I'll see you for some of those ARAM games we were promised, but that is going to be the end of our show. Once more, congratulations to Dorado Gaming on their first series win and Supernova on a dominating 2-0 of their own. We'll see you guys back bright and early, as always, for more North American Challengers League action. Until then, take care and see you later.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.